Okay, now where the heck were we? Haha.
Iron.
I mean,
That's all I
yes,
know.
iron, but I have no clue what my last plan was.
Oh, I never have a plan. That's my goal.
But let's see. I also have to see how long before Juan and Jess. Oh, this game feels weird.
It's because
The
you've been playing like 3 different games.
Yeah, I've been playing a lot of different things. One with controller, one without controller. But the mouse feels wrong somehow.
I feel like I'm proud of myself, and you should be proud of me. I've actually built a house in my own game. I'm not just living in a
Illegal.
hobo camp.
Illegal.
I even have boars. Don't usually bother.
Which is fair. Okay, I'm gonna go gather some wood, why not? That's so with Sons of the Forest, the thing that like really makes me want to play it is simply the way that you can build with it now. It's just literally just, all right, place logs, and depending on where you place the log, that's how your building goes together.
Oh, I kind of like that idea.
You can also just do the drop a blueprint and get like build a pre sort of planned structure. But no, you can just be like, okay, yeah, we're going to basically build this together. Just place logs together until you have what you wanted. Yeah, for me that's pretty exciting.
I mean, you are very much someone who really likes to customize, so it makes
Yeah.
sense.
Well, and the fact that it's like, oh, like where do you want to put windows? Is just literally a case of all right, cut a hole in the wall here.
I kind of love that.
I like
In my own game, which, as I said, I'm just about to leave here, but I have done a really dumb thing, and I've built my house like including one of those rune stone things.
hmm
So I guess I'll have great mood lighting.
Yeah, I don't see a problem with that. It's fine.
The roof is really odd because of it. I'll have to fix that, but yeah, I've done stupider things.
Oh yeah. Hmm. In James is an idiot. I picked up a bunch of the ore and then didn't put it away, which means I am carrying way
Oh,
more than
you
I
were
should be.
definitely just logged out, but the whole game muted me, which does not give me a lot of hope for my house. I've already built this house once,
hmm
and unfortunately, it died. And I was like, "Why am I in my like spawn point?" And I was like, "Did I die?" And I was like, "No, I'm
Oh,
fully armored."
yeah.
But I had a house in the like a bed in the new house, and because the new house didn't exist, neither did the bed.
Yeah, that is unfortunate.
Ah, even more unfortunate. Apparently, Shep is gone. Shep does not exist.
So you're gonna have to
Sheps is there
do that thing to retrieve your character all over again.
eventually at some point. Oh, geez, I just loaded into the wrong world. Hot mess. I haven't done this for a month, apparently.
Yep, that's what happens. But yeah, so Ghost Bear, one of the people who often chats on Juan's channels, has also been playing a bunch of the Sons of the Forest.
Is it going well for him?
I mean, he seems to be enjoying the game so far. I don't actually know if it's been going well or if he's been killed. I know some of our other friends have been having deaths, some deaths to sharks and stuff like that. Which is funny because I have not yet been killed by a shark. I ran underneath that. That was my fault.
I mean, a shark definitely tried really hard at one point.
Well, there's like a reason early on to go out into the water. And then, of course, once you get to the point, like a shark belly flops near you, and it's like, oh, that's not nice. But the sharks have never tried to do anything to me, so I've mostly just been ignoring them. Mind you, I also don't have, like, I have not had another reason to really go deep into the water. And that's definitely, I don't know if it's just because of having played the forest, but the cannibals don't really feel quite as creepy. Yeah.
The little bit I saw you play, which obviously you've played more since, they were kind of like, you're problematic, but not really.
Well, and it's the same way in the original forest where you didn't have to fight the cannibals right off the bat. Like, they'd often ignore you. And it's very much the same vibe. But they're just like they'll sit there and they'll watch you and whatever. But I think it's the fact that like they come up a little bit closer right away. At least it feels like they do. Where in the forest, I think they originally would stay a bit farther back, which really just added to the whole creepy being watched and all that. Like, if you approached a lone individual, they would usually bugger off, and that's where you sat there going, wait, like, are they running off to report where I am, or like, what are they doing?
What's the long-term goal here? Yeah.
Yeah. Whereas now it's like they just sit there and they stay close by, and I'm like, it's a lot creepier when they say, nope, we're out. And they have not done that so far.
Oh wait, was that a? Like, are you supposed to only have one live? Like, you have a piglet, but you don't have two pigs in here that I can see. But I see the other one has merged out of the wall like a ghost.
Because I have this boar right here, and then a regular boar. Which the regular boar can get killed.
Now that you have a piggy.
I have one 2-star piggy.
Nice.
Actually, you know, just for sake of things, I'll just leave them be for a little bit longer until that 2-star piggy is grown up. No need to tempt fate. Okay, so there are, I think, 3 tombs that we haven't explored yet in our swamp, and then so yes, the last thing I did was go to the other swamp and explore it enough. There are, what I could find, there's probably more, but from what I could find, was 8 tombs. which is not as many as we have in our, we have like 12 in our local.
Yeah. But that would get us really close to boss fighting. Because I assume that's kind of the... Oh, I still have tin on me, I think. Ah, though, if we boss fight, we gotta fight that thing. I don't like fighting that thing.
Before we can boss fight, we need people in iron armor anyway.
Yeah.
So that'll be a bit. Oh yeah, and there's one tomb behind Bone Mass. But definitely before we go fight Bone Mass, I want to really...
It'd be great if everyone could have leveled up iron stuff.
Well, I want to like level out that area a bunch.
Yeah.
I want to make that nice and level. Okay. I'm gonna tend to my garden.
I've come out to tempt fate and see if another abomination has decided that your boardwalk's the best thing ever. Now, to be fair, I haven't gone running through the swamp lately and woken anything up, so... maybe.
Yeah, I'm happy in my garden. I'm just trying to decide whether that should get any... Like I could make extended... No, it's not worth extending. It's not that it'd be difficult to do, but I don't think it's worth doing. I also have no idea if Juan and Jess will remember that they were planning on joining tonight.
That is fair. It has been a small time.
Because I know this morning he mentioned it. But that doesn't necessarily mean.
So I was out shopping and I saw an absolutely massive bag of Reese's. And I jokingly was like, haha, I should get that for James. And my mom was like, well, go ahead, grab it. Well, and I was like, well, no, I'm not sure I'm seeing you this week.
Yeah.
And my mom's like, well, I'm not going to eat it. I'm like, excuse me, you're bringing chocolate and peanut butter in the house? It's not going to be here. Like... And it's great because it's one of those ones that says for sharing, and you know damn well.
Yeah. Family sized. It's nice to know that I am family sized.
Well, I mean, you have to have something to fill the Skittles gap. I understand that you're back under the Skittles ban. I'm not 100% sure.
I'm under no such understanding, so.
I'm waiting for my own Skittles ban because I stole you last weekend.
Yeah, like I could have made it home in time to stream, but also, no, that wasn't actually going to happen.
I was really doubtful that you would actually not go to the tournament. Though there was a small chance, which is why I checked in. Because had there been a small chance, I would have just gotten a ride down. But I was also like, nah, I know you. You're definitely going.
That is the, basically my entire thing is this. If I thought that I was like at a risk of spreading COVID or even something that was not COVID, I probably would have not gone.
Which is fair.
So that was where I'm like, nope. it should be as good as it's going to be any other time. So no point in avoiding going.
Oh, I hear a thing. I hate that you can hear the abominations, but not necessarily see the abominations.
So I'm gonna guess you haven't tried playing the Sons of the Forest yet.
No, I did buy it.
Yeah. Mostly, I'm just curious whether it will run on your computer. Because it is very much. It is a very pretty game.
It looks gorgeous.
Is going to be a bit taxing because there's some people with decent computers that are complaining of like this game's crap. It doesn't run well. And it's like it's a new game with good graphics and it hasn't fully been optimized yet. Your computer's just not good enough to run it yet. Like, chill. Although also apparently the performance drops out with multiplayer, which is not super surprising.
Yeah, kind of sucky though.
Yeah.
Wonder if everybody in multiplayer gets a little soldier friend, or if there's just one.
No, I think there's just one.
I actually think about that now. I think I've seen a couple.
But I think anyone can issue orders to Kevin. Kevin, who will
Yeah.
forever be Kevin.
I think his name changes throughout.
No, it's Calvin.
Is it just because I know that somebody else was streaming and they definitely had an entirely different name and I was laughing about it?
Really? I've only ever seen Calvin and everyone was referring to Calvin. So they might have just
I'm trying to remember what they were
nickname for him, but
possibly they were like, no, this is a name. I don't care.
Yeah, but his name tag will always say Calvin. There was actually one person on the forums who's basically called it Calvin with a C. And people were getting cranky about it.
Calvin with a C.
No, like first off, his name is Calvin with a K, and second off, and then more basically, I find it funny how immediately people are like, okay, "This is Calvin, and we will like hurt anyone who like
the little cinnamon bun
who does anything to hurt him." Calvin is precious and must be saved. He's our like mentally fried best friend now.
He is far too calm for the situation that you guys are in. I understand military training, blah blah blah.
No, he's got both blown eardrums and is like only half there.
Yeah,
that guy's
that's the thing.
Shell shocked so hard, which is why everyone's like, no, you must protect Calvin. And now other people are like, so I didn't like Calvin, so I just killed him. And other people are like, you can just make him stop following you. You don't have to go to murder.
There are two types of gamers.
Yeah, that's Mel in the background was just shouting, use the pillow. Which is a reference to the original Project Zomboid tutorial, in which you could use the pillow. And, you know, there are some people who might have thought that perhaps that pillow would be used to comfort your dying loved one. But it was not used for that. It was used to smother and murder them. I mean, they're already dying, so I guess it's not really murder, it's still... like, they were going to die anyway, but you just put them out of their misery.
Well, that is a lie. I tell myself a lot.
It's okay, anytime I accidentally kill you, I'll just call it euthanasia.
Use the pillow.
It's not murder, it's assisted suicide. Shep was gonna die anyway. Also, it took me a while, but I think I finally figured out how the tiredness system works in the forest, and it's kind of brutal. Because basically the way it goes is, if your stamina is low and you choose to do a thing anyway, we let you do it. That's fine. But it lowers your overall tiredness. Which then just makes it so that you like will simply degrade to like absolute failure quicker.
I feel like that tracks. I'm okay
But
with
I
that.
feel like it's good, but the problem is that I feel like the game does not warn me enough for the fact that I'm basically screwing myself over when I'm just doing simple things like building. When I'm fighting, that's great. I love that dynamic. Sir, do you mind? This is private property.
That's kind of what I just said to the 2-star Grey Dwarf that was hanging outside of the house.
No, this is a brute. Okay.
We had noticed one. We were just being very polite and only mentioned it 2 or 3 times.
I mean, but Juan already returned last week, so
That is true.
we don't need him anyway. This is our return now. Juan is so last week. No, I'm gonna leave the serpents too here. I don't actually want to, like, oh, this looks good, I'll take it. It's like, no. I want to take the, I'm going raiding, like I'm gonna go and just try to raid tombs, not fight a boss. I want to save that stuff for things like fighting a boss.
Yeah, we're saving it for bad decisions. Good choice.
Yep. And we'll take some sausage. And then we'll dump everything that I can afford to dump. Okay, I don't need an axe. I don't need a hoe. I'll keep the hammer, the shield, the spear, and the pickaxe. Which, with the iron armor, gets me at, like, yeah, I'm not super light anymore. 82. Which now that I actually mentioned that, I wonder... So if I wanted to do the route, it takes 10 root to make the first piece of armor. How much of that root do we have?
I want to say like 4 to 6.
15.
Oh, hey, look at that.
So yeah, we would need to hunt a lot more abominations in order to be able to make the root armor.
I mean, I am always down to hunt abominations. It's entertaining.
Because that is, alright, so just to make the armor without upgrading any of it, we would need 10, 10, and I'm pretty sure the other one was 10, so we would need 30 just to start. Okay. Now, there's no point honestly following the boardwalk because the best way out there. Hey, Michael, how's it going? Is honestly just through the meadows
The
area.
woods here.
Yeah.
Look, Michael, I gave him back. I only kidnapped him for a weekend.
But how can you be sure that this is the real me?
That's true.
It's been so long at
It's
updating.
been a
My
month. I
God.
could have built a robot.
Yep, this is the new
Everyone
improved.
knows this
This
is my my
James
best skill.
2.0. Twice as fast, twice as strong. However, unfortunately, multiplying by 0 still leaves you with 0.
I have fought you, sir. All of those stats are a lie.
It's like a temperature scale or something that has negatives. I'm just sitting at flat even. It's like if my ability scores were in D&D. Zero is actually pretty dang good.
When you start off as a goblin.
I mean, all of your stats are way better than they should be.
Oh, very much so.
There's part of me that really does love the idea of having all the goblin characters start with like ridiculously awful little goblin stats. So terrible, the fact that you wouldn't even be able to fight goblins. That doesn't surprise me. Milo does seem like the one that was be concerned about me being kidnapped. Although, if I ever did
Yes.
get kidnapped, you can tell Milo that I was lured by the Skittles.
I'm not quite done the Skittles fan. We're just going to be quiet about that.
If she just would let up on the Skittles, then it would never have had to happen.
Just come up to your place one day, honk the horn, and be like, "Get in! I've got Skittles."
Yep, it'd probably work. Actually, while I'm sitting here running inefficiently.
You guys be
Dang it.
Hey, Juan.
You wouldn't have brought a key with, would you?
I have a key.
Okay, cool. Then we're fine.
I always have a key
I
because
did
this
not
is
bring
how
a
I
key.
end up losing it in a swamp.
Yeah, I didn't bring a key, so I'm like, I might have to turn around, but luckily someone planned for the adventure.
Oh no, Shep just makes bad decisions and carries everything.
So earlier when playing Satisfactory, I fell off a railroad track going over the abyss. When you drop a box. But when you fall to the abyss, usually that box ends up way down low. And it's a real pain in the butt. So finally got to built this a monumental staircase to go down to the right location. And I get there and I'm like, why can't I find my chest down here? And then I'm like,
Is there
wait
a
a minute.
ledge?
I'm like, let's look up. Like maybe it's this is as low as I can go. If I go any lower, I take damage. So it can't be lower. So I start looking up and then I'm like, wait a minute. Right where where it's marked on the map, like if I look straight up, there's a platform for where I was building my train station. So I walk up there and I'm like, oh yeah, if I just walked back to my train station, it would have been right there.
Oh no.
So I made this monumental construct for no reason. See, Michael, I've been in Texas. I think your measurements are a lie. Because I never saw anything that resembled 50 or even 77 while I was on there. It was just like an even 21 the whole time.
It was gorgeous room temperature. I even went swimming. If you call that splash a swim.
That is accurate. Juan was the brave one who actually went into the pool Very briefly.
A non-heated swimming pool. It was
Yeah.
a very brief splash.
This is an abomination. We should detour. Are you aware of the abomination, Shep?
I can hear it.
Okay.
I'm kind of stuck. There we go.
Yep.
It's all fine.
And of course there's got to be body piles ahead. Nothing can just be easy.
I mean, what if we lead the abomination over it?
I think that just means more things for us to fight.
It'd be funny, though.
The Surtlings, however, is a more... I think they will fight. So if I have to bring things together, I'd rather bring Surtlings.
I mean, it seems very attached to me, so...
Yep.
Wait a minute, Michael. We were not on the completely opposite side of the state. Not a chance.
We were in like the middle of the state.
Houston and Dallas are not that far apart.
I mean, as long as Shep survives, I think it's going to be a glowing success.
The other side of the state would have been Amarillo. So that would be a little more accurate. Yeah, only 4 hours apart. It takes many more hours than that to drive across Texas. Oh, I'm trying to play with controller. I'm like, what? How does this game... How do you play this game? Oh yeah, never mind. Keyboard. Keyboard and mouse is the way.
Keyboard and mouse is the way I play this. Which actually, so I've been playing most of my games keyboard and mouse for a while now. So when I was playing Sons of the Forest, I like it better with controller, but it took me a while to remember that. Okay.
I have no idea what I was doing. Standing on a road, so maybe I was building a road?
I mean, aren't you always building a road?
Wait, Shep is in mortal danger?
Always.
Is Shep dead?
And Shep's not dead. I have 38 health.
Okay, I just can't see you.
I have 18 health. Now it's 14.
Seems to be going down quick.
Yeah. Got firebombed.
What? To-do list?
Oh wait, something has stopped following me.
Yep.
James is supposed to build a to-do list?
Oh yeah, that is right.
Something else
I was
is
going
following.
to.
Basically, she doesn't want to come in and fight, but is there other stuff to
there's
do?
6 health. I'm not going to survive.
So the good news is the abomination can definitely be led over fire geysers.
Nice. I sense there might be bad news.
I mean, the bad news is you've got to lead the abomination over fire geysers and survive.
That is fair. Oh, hello, there's an abomination.
Let's see, this fire geyser might be easier to get it to walk over.
Ah, Shep's dead.
Yep. I see that.
No, you got ignored. So
Nope.
maybe get your Discord going.
No, it's a case of I'm a bit busy to think of what else needs to be done, but I'm sure there are other things that need to be done.
Claims
James
to be
is
busy.
fighting abominations.
It's just an abomination. You can't multitask.
It's abomination and like 7 Draugr and Surtlings. Whatever else I threw at him.
No excuses.
Alright, just go up to Shep's corpse and steal a key.
Sorry, Michael. We all
We're
think
good.
you're lying, not just Jim.
I mean, I have no reason to think you're lying, Michael. I stayed in Canada where it's cold.
Yeah, who could have ever predicted Shep being in mortal danger? If only there was some sort of catchphrase we could use.
Like Shep for dead?
I mean, I was going to go more with, why is Shep dead?
Also that.
I like staying with the classic. Alright, then return our stolen goods.
Watch me find
Well, if
another
you're going with the
abomination.
classics, it should be, you bastards, you killed Chep.
So I think I've told this story before, but my World of Warcraft character was named Kimpachi. And Kimpachi is very easy to shorten to Kenny. And I will say my survivability has never gotten better. In fact, it might have gotten slightly better, so you can imagine how many times Kimpachi died. And that was literally a joke in my guild. Was, you bastards, you killed Kenny. Because Shep makes bad life choices.
Can you keep following me, Abomination? You're making this more difficult than it needs to be. It almost makes me wish I had brought a ranged weapon.
There's a bow
I
on
guess
Shep's
technically I
body.
have. The spear is technically a ranged weapon. Man, fire is just, I think this is the correct way to fight abominations.
Just fire.
Yep.
I tried fire arrows, but it didn't help a lot.
Yeah, got 4 rid out of the deal. Okay, and I am now going into the tomb. Okay, what else do we need done that's not fighting?
Ah, shit.
You have your Discord working? Never. I don't understand why your audio never works. We could dig out the microphone and use my audio. Do that? You want Jess to lie for you? I see. I see what you're doing, Michael.
I say, I know the forecast. I believe the forecast would sound like realistic numbers, but I've also been in Texas, and it was just 21 degrees during the day, 21 degrees at night. It was just like nice, perfect room temperature. Too bad they couldn't get their water to room temperature. It was just like someone basically opened a tap and let the water in at just tap temperature. So that's actually one thing that I find kind of funny. A lot of the people who live in Belize, they don't have a hot water, like they don't have hot water piped to their house. And it's just like, it doesn't, like, having a bath on like a day that isn't super warm. I'd still like at least some heat in my water.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree. I would buy at least one of those
The inline.
inline. They heat the water as it pours through.
Yeah, that's
all
exactly
you
what
need
I'd
in
get.
Belize.
Yeah, you don't need to go extreme in Belize, because you're never really going to want hot water out of your tap. It's not like... That's actually, I remember when I first got the hot tub, The one time where I basically used the hot tub and I'm like, this hot tub was totally worth it, was I got caught in basically a heavy rain riding on my way back home from school. And that was as soon as I got home, it was just like into the hot tub. Because man, was I cold by the time I got home. No, see, the reason why it sounds like you're lying, Michael, is because you're giving me different numbers for like day and night, and that just wasn't what I experienced when I was down in Texas. Like it didn't cool down overnight. It was just room temperature
temperature
in
day and night.
the day, room temperature at night, room temperature in the morning.
It was dewy in the morning.
I do love how it was like so hot and humid in Texas until
We went to Belize.
you went to Belize and suddenly it was like, man, Texas
Texas
is
is
nice and dry.
dry. Yeah, Michael, if you ever complain about humidity, go to Belize. You know what? Belize was actually pretty nice this time.
Yeah, it wasn't bad.
I was quite happy with the lack of humidity. I got off the plane and it just didn't automatically just hit your chest. It's like, this
mean,
one, it was like, it's like, oh yes, it's humid here, but not you're gonna die from the humidity.
Well, it was basically they opened the doors to the plane and your shirt immediately stuck to you levels of humidity.
Yep.
But it wasn't like the breathing is now hard levels of humidity.
And sometimes I've landed and the whole skin just feels like wants to peel off or something. It's like,
yeah,
it's just so humid, it's just gross, right?
yeah.
None of that this time.
I am carrying too much. Neat. Alright, time for a run back to base. So, Ghost Bear, does that mean that it's basically just going to, basically it's coming down as slush, or it's actually like melting down into water? Because my least favorite form of snowfall is where it like leaves this like heavy slush everywhere. It really sucks to drive through.
Guess where I'm headed?
You're headed to the island?
I am. I have a ferry to meet tomorrow.
Yeah. As I remember you mentioning something about the ferry, and that's where I'm like, well, most likely it's the island then. Oh yeah, and you're going by Point Roberts. One of those weird places in Canada. Or I guess one of those weird places not in Canada, really.
Yep. Be Tsawwassen to well, Victoria, I guess. Uvik. Doing a delivery to Uvik.
Yeah, so that's the thing of, like, it doesn't surprise me that Houston has that very stable temperature, like the same way. Vancouver is too far north to have a really stable temperature, but when you're close to the ocean, but not right on the ocean, you get a lot of stabilization in your temperature just automatically.
Yeah, the ocean equalizes it.
Because the ocean doesn't change a lot in temperature, from one part of the year to the other.
Yeah, definitely in your neck of the woods. Be right by your place.
Wait, is Ghost Bear on the island?
Ghost Bear's always on the island.
Why did I think he was on the mainland? Shows what I pay attention to. No, I knew that. No, I totally knew that. My brain good.
Your
we're
brain have my doubts.
good. So I was already telling Shep, but I kind of want to just like soak a ton of hours into Sons of the Forest simply because of the building mechanics of it.
Mm.
Really just,
Yeah,
yep,
Ghost. I'm just going to talk to Ghost Bear for a
yep,
second.
go for it.
Ghost Bear, if all of us I end up, usually a Victoria run is one of those run in, drop your load, and run back. If all of a sudden I'm stuck on the island waiting for a load for the next day, I'll definitely hit you up and meet up with you. But we'll have to wait and see because I have no idea what my next load will be. But like, I know who to contact if I get stuck here. Yeah, I saw you playing that game a bit.
Yeah,
I like when games have good building mechanics.
yeah, no, Ghost Bear, I know who you are, but for some reason like I forget that I know people on the island.
Ghost Bear, he's saying you are nobody to him.
No, I just forget that anyone lives on the island. Everyone just lives in the lower mainland if they live that way, even if they live like closer to Hope. Everything's just lower mainland to me. If you're basically west of Princeton, you live in the lower mainland as far as I'm concerned. So what I find really funny is every once in a while I would go out for dinner with Jeff, but it was almost always in the lower mainland. Like even when Jeff was living here, it was like a case of I would have dinner with him in Vancouver. Right. Why are my
Yeah.
piggies not growing up yet? Grow up, damn it.
Bully those pigs.
I will.
Well, Michael, a week ago Dallas was room temperature.
Wait, was it?
I don't know.
We didn't. I mean, I haven't been to Dallas. I mean, I guess I have been to Dallas. It's been a long time since I've been to Dallas.
Ah, there we go. We got a Shep's back.
Shep is alive.
Okay.
I mean, Shep has been saved from the void of my computer is the reality of that.
Yeah.
And if I'm really lucky, this is the not naked and afraid one. And I've restored a little too far back, and I'm not gonna think about cheating.
I mean, I feel like the game cheats you harder than you can cheat the game.
Very much so.
Hello. Not naked and afraid, Shep.
Woo! Look at all my stuff. Oh, I still have my iron and everything. I love that. Love that for me.
That is definitely so. That's what the way to kind of cheat portals not letting you transport iron is you can just actually hop into different worlds, store the iron there, and then hop
Oh, I have
around anywhere.
100% done that.
Oh, put it all on you.
Well,
Go
yeah,
to the other world, drop it off, come back to this world, go through the portal, go back to the other world.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
It's a bit
Biggest
of
thing is
work.
just having that consistent place where your character pops in the other world, but that's not really a big deal if you don't play in that world.
Well, that is I had a world where it was basically just trying to, like, so I was using the same character for multiple worlds where I didn't want to contaminate items. So I'd basically come into a world, drop all of the gear. So each world had its own chest there. And that was like the one time I'm like, wait a minute. I have iron here. This might just end up in a more, like, basically, this may end up just slipping into my world at the convenient time rather than immediately pick it up.
When am I kidnapping James?
Why are we kidnapping James?
Michael says I'm going to kidnap you again. I mean, I'm not opposed, but I didn't think we had any plans until April.
Yep.
And that's not really kidnapping.
Nope.
That's town adjacent.
Barely even town adjacent.
Suburb adjacent.
Half hour away.
Summerland really that far?
Oh, right, Summerland, 15 minutes
Yeah,
away.
15 minutes away.
My brain is still like, we're going to Peachland because that would be the better place to go, but
fair.
that is not where we're going. Because we should always be going to Peachland because it's better.
Peachland's good.
I just like our new location there.
You just trying to summon Milo to get me in trouble? That's so mean of you.
This sounds accurate.
I'm proud of you, Michael. Good job.
That's really mean. I'm proud of you.
We have trained you well.
Getting all teary-eyed. They grow up so quick.
I feel like the best part is if we're going to say there's any kidnapping happening, it's usually James kidnapping me.
That is probably the more accurate statement, like the more accurate.
And the
version of
only reason I kidnapped this time was because I had a vehicle.
Yeah, basically, Juan was taking my vehicle back. Was the only reason that you were
So,
kidnapping me.
so basically, I robbed James.
Yeah, you robbed James and then I kidnapped him.
Yeah, but that's normal. You're the older brother. You've robbed me of everything. I could have grown up to be so much more if you hadn't overshadowed me my entire life.
It's so hard being the baby.
That is my story, and I'm sticking to it. I don't care how much you want to fact check that. I am not substantiating anything.
We need receipts, sir. So, like, from every good band, I feel like this is the moment where the 3Js have to split up for like 3 months, and then they get back together.
And then we have a comeback tour. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
We need to have a fight. Oh, we have to come up with a fight. We have to have a vicious fight. Yes.
I am going to head north again.
All right. Back into death.
That's the plan. Although I think I'm going to just take a moment to raise some of the, like, not do a boardwalk, but just raise the dirt a little bit.
Fair.
So you're not running in the leeches?
Yeah, I hate having to swim. That's the part that really...
Oh yeah, that's what got me in the end, was I was trying to fight something, but I had been swimming and had nothing.
I don't even want to pick up what they drop. It's just at dead weight. And I'm going to drop in a tomb somewhere anyway.
Maybe Milo felt that she needed a vacation from enforcing the band. Like,
Well, that's because you guys were so mean to her. She's like, I'm out of here.
Yeah, we are really cruel and unusual to Milo.
Yep. So
I don't know
that's
how
what
she
happened
tolerates
there.
us at all.
I mean, she's just been doing that stuff for your own good, James.
Yes, 100%. She's trying to keep me from being kidnapped by Skittles. But you know how they say, no good deed goes unpunished.
This is not wrong, unfortunately. It reminds me, do you need me to fill out paperwork?
At some point.
Okay.
But we can do it digitally if need be.
That's fair.
And also, according to Mel's COVID test today, she is no longer COVIDed,
Okay.
and her symptoms
Wait,
are
I didn't
being
even know
really
she
mild.
was
Oh yeah,
COVID.
so on Wednesday she started getting symptoms, so she tested and tested positive.
From vacation or from the sword play?
I have no clue really. There's not really a good way, because of the fact that COVID can take anywhere from 3 to 7 days before it shows up. It could be, basically it lines up well for we could have got, or she could have got it, because it seems like I haven't. I tested negative and have had no symptoms, so if I've got it, it sure hasn't shown up. But anyway, I'm gonna go this way. So we could have probably got it on the either at the airports or on the plane ride back, which, you know, maybe. So from what I understand, actually, your chance of catching COVID on an airplane are actually pretty low because of the way they move air around in a plane.
Yeah, a lot of the air circulation.
Yeah. However, airports are a lot harder to keep from being contamination disasters.
Yes. Heard the same.
And then on Friday we did the RV show.
Yes, yeah.
That could have been a possibility. Oh, you know what? The whole plan of let's dig up the dirt so that I didn't bring a hoe. So that's not gonna work.
You always have to bring your hoe.
Bring your hoe with. That's why this entire world gets censored anyway.
Are you headed back or are you headed in?
I'm headed in. Not gonna bother going back, but I'm going to go up into the swamp, the area where I think we're gonna have less resistance. But yeah, and then so it was Thursday, Friday, and then on Saturday we had the sword event, where a couple of people who did go to that event showed COVID symptoms like the very next day.
It was a couple of days, but yeah.
I thought it was the next day, from what somebody said.
I mean, possibly. The post didn't happen until Monday.
Yeah.
I only know that because I was at work, and I was like, oh, fun.
Yeah, but from what someone who knows the individuals, basically symptoms showed up the next day. But
that seems too quick to have happened there.
Well, they didn't get COVID from there, but they were basically, they're actually at risk of having transmitted while
Yes.
It's a really optimistic skeleton. And that's where, with Mel's timing, basically not showing any symptoms until Wednesday, it's at least very unlikely that she transferred to anyone else.
I mean, so far, despite 2 people we were staying with having gotten it, we seem to have been pretty lucky.
Yeah. Well, and that's Yeah. Because the other individual started showing symptoms about the same time as... Oh,
It's
Vestige
about the
started
same
showing-
time.
About the same time, so...
Oh, am I gonna
relatively
get
they were not
double
transmitting.
stuff?
Well, that is... You do have...
Oh, it's all my stuff again.
Yep.
Literally. Anybody not have iron?
Oh,
Armor?
I think most
It's
people
all
don't
my
have...
stuff.
I think most people don't have iron stuff at this point.
I have bronze. I only have bronze.
Oh,
Yep.
well, I have 2 swords now. What am I getting rid of? I have 2 belts too, which like is not super helpful, but also
Yep, full bronze.
I have 2 iron pickaxes. I'm not gonna be able to carry anything, but this is funny. Oh, wait. No, this is a lie. Is it? Okay.
What is the lie?
I have copper on, like, copper armor on me for some reason. I'm eating it.
How do you destroy stuff again?
Middle mouse button while you have the hammer equipped.
Ah, middle. There we go. Terribly forgot how to play the game.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Just be careful where you run here, because I'm throwing a bunch of stuff out that, like, yeah, I want to keep the iron stuff. Everything else can kind of... Alright.
Okay. To the tomb.
The tomb. Well, I need to run back. Repair my stuff. I almost have the road to the merchant. So close.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I could probably just run to the merchant. There's a map. There's a warp there, right?
Yes. So in the Satisfactory game I've been playing, my current job has been to run the railroad tracks. I definitely have been enjoying that.
Running the railroad.
Basically, yeah, those railroad tracks that need to get built all over the place. I've been enjoying that.
Why?
That's why? So
Can't
that way,
remember building railroads.
in Satisfactory?
Yeah.
I don't think we got far enough to do railroad tracks, but basically when you start needing more resources than you can get locally, you really start needing, like, train becomes the most efficient way to transport a lot of goods.
Hmm. All right. What can I bring? Everything but iron.
Oh, that's a disappointing little dead end.
Yeah, there's 2 of them. There's one in there too.
Okay, same deal here.
Yeah.
Okay, so then we have this last direction to go. No, this one was already a dead end. Okay. So this tomb is done. So we have 2 more in this swamp.
Okay.
take a moment to throw down stuff that I don't want. Yeah, that'd be good enough.
I don't recognize the place. Oh, right. This is the place we are. Funny, not on the game for a bit and all of a sudden get everything you were doing.
Yep.
Humidity is... sounds like humid. Humidity is humid.
Okay. Like, they just need to drop dead. That was
Out.
interesting fight with those Surtlings. Between the music and just the atmosphere of the swamp, honestly, this game, like this part of playing the game, actually reminds me a little bit of Turok, the Dinosaur Hunter game.
Yeah. Classic.
Like, as much as you can get the same sort of idea from a game that has very brutally rudimentary graphics.
We thought the graphics were pretty dang awesome when
The graphics were dang amazing when they came out, but boy is time a thing. What was basically cutting edge at the time versus what we play with now is just ridiculously different. Like, that was a time where graphics improvements were actually gameplay improvements, because being able to see more of what was going on made the game easier and better to play. Now graphics are very much just like, Valheim is not the best looking game. It's like stylistically low resolution and all that, and it's like, yep, good design choice. We like playing this game. At the time, you'd never choose to play an uglier game, because an uglier game was just literally harder to play because you couldn't tell what was going on. See, I remember playing GoldenEye for N64, where it's like people just had square, boxy heads. That's just how that was.
Great game too.
Oh yeah, and like the whole thing is, if you actually go back and play a game like GoldenEye, it still is actually a good game. Like, it's one of those things where, like, the actual, like, core of it, like, there's actually a company making a game called Agent 64, and it's basically, it's essentially GoldenEye and Perfect Dark. The graphics are technically better, but by technically better, I mean the higher resolution. It's still, like, the same super low poly, same absolutely awful aiming schematic. They make it work. Like, they figured out how to make it work with mouse and keyboard and not just be awful. Okay, that's going to be a problem. That's a 2-star.
Need assistance?
Oh yeah, that's a problem. I mean, I have a set of iron armor for you if you want.
Okay, I'm gonna head for marsh or swamp, and then I'll see if I can come in for assistance.
Okay, how do I do
See
this?
if I can get there. General direction I'm running down the
Uh,
path.
no. So we basically what we did was hoofed it out to about here over
Okay,
the meadows because we're just out of the meadows here. So if you stick to the meadows, you are following the path, aren't you?
I started to,
Okay.
and then I made a turn.
Um. hmm.
Oh, hi, Abomin.
Anything that starts with "Hello, hi, abomination" concerns me.
Okay, I think I've got it probably sorted out, but we'll see.
Lots of comments. What are you talking about? Busy trying not to die. Okay. I like cold beer better than humidity. Well, I don't know what else that's to say, so I'm making it up as I go.
Yeah, that'd be my guess. Okay, I want to get a fire going in there.
Wait, who's by me?
That's me.
Oh,
Yeah, we get kind of a wet cold up here. It's not as bad as the coast, but wet cold's the worst.
Do we get a wet cold here?
A little bit. More so than like Alberta, because I know my relatives have come out. Don't stop whining about it.
Golden Eye got released for the Switch. What is Jameson up to? Vacation.
Ha!
Jameson is up to vacation. That's what he's been up to.
Yeah. He likes the dry cold better than humidity cold. Yep, that is the thing.
Yeah, wet colds are the worst. Wet cold is the only reason that camping trip last year was a little hellish. Because the camping itself was great, but crawling into my sleeping bag sucked.
Cold, humid sleeping bag.
We were right next to a lake, and that was the weirdest weather that week. Like, you name a weather pattern, it happened.
Where are you going, Chep?
Going over here. I can see where Hollow is on the map,
Okay.
so I'm just kind of...
I have taken care of the Draugr.
Well, in that case, just give me my armor then.
I mean, you may as well go back fully loaded.
Yes. Yep.
So it 100% makes for sense for you to come over here and freeload.
No, you just want to use me as a mule.
Yes. 100% yes. I mean, what? See, what I do is whenever Shep dies, I basically go and load up all of the stuff I don't want to carry onto Shep's corpse.
Good luck. There's not a lot of room.
There actually is quite a lot of room.
Is there?
You're only 120.
That's fair. I didn't think I had a
You're-
lot of space
yeah,
for
you
stuff.
don't have a lot of space, but you've got a lot of weight. And
Yeah.
the thing is, like, iron is the thing where I'm like, it doesn't take up a lot of weight, a lot of space. It takes up a ton of weight. Like, let's see. If I were to take a single block of iron. Oh no, I only have 6 iron total, so that doesn't really make much difference.
I do have another
I thought I had more
swamp
than
key
that.
now, which is not like super useful, but also that's a body pile. I don't want that.
Actually, if I look at what you're carrying,
Going the wrong way.
what can I, if I drop the bones on you, then I don't have to carry additional bones. Ah, damn it. You're already carrying too many of those.
Okay, what just hit me? Because it hurts.
There's some Draugr there. Why is this tomb? That should be the right tomb. Gosh darn it.
I
No,
died? What?
you went a tomb too far.
Okay, well, yeah. Oh, I see it. Okay. I was following your little person.
I made a wrong turn.
Are you dead?
Did the wrong
Oh,
turn
yeah.
kill you? Okay.
Definitely.
Did you find the body files?
Yeah, there was
Yeah, I was waiting.
abomination and body pile. Yeah,
Oh no. Everything all at once.
that was definitely a thing.
Like having a moment where I'm like, do I have pants? I don't think I'm wearing pants. We're just gonna pretend I didn't notice that.
Yeah, so like Nintendo's whole thing of releasing a lot of their back catalog on emulator on the Switch, I think is really great. The thing that gets me is that like Nintendo has very much been like, nope, games are worth $60 and we don't care how old they are. Like the actual like main Switch games, there is no point in waiting for a game to ever go on sale. Which largely just makes me go, well, I guess I'll buy things off Steam.
Mm-hmm.
I can buy games that I care more about on Steam. Now, I do feel like this is not a net negative. Like, if you want to buy a game for Switch, just go buy it on release date. Because you can then go sell it for almost what you paid for it used. So, like, for a consumer, this isn't necessarily a bad deal. It means that they're, like, because you remember selling used games for, like, an Xbox or, like, a PlayStation 2? Like, if you bought a game, played it a whole bunch, and then we're going to sell it after playing it for a couple of years, it was worth nothing. Meanwhile, like for the Switch, if you want to sell like Breath of the Wild, you can still sell it for like $50, which is in my mind kind of ridiculous. The idea of game basically just holding its value forever is not something that used to exist. And basically, until the Switch gets replaced, Switch games will hold their value.
Even when the Switch gets replaced, the Switch games will probably increase value.
Depends. Some will for sure.
Switches themselves will definitely increase in.
Depends on what replaces it. If it's just something that's objectively better than the Switch, then it won't. But the Switch is definitely like Nintendo's best console. I would argue that the Switch is Nintendo's best console since the N64. Possibly since the Super Nintendo.
I'm pretty sure there's an ooze behind here.
Yeah.
Could be wrong.
Nope, you're not wrong. I just needed to make sure that I had my poison vaccination up to date.
That's what I forgot. I have poison vaccine. Perhaps why I died so quick here.
I mean, it sure doesn't help not having any poison defense. Alright. Oh, and that is the I am carrying too much.
Ah! Wraith. Wraith.
Oh no!
Almost back to my body.
Yeah. Alright, well there's no point me staying down here any longer because I can't carry more.
Okay.
So,
No, Wraith, don't kill me. Please don't.
what do I do for work? I am a mechanic. I fix things. What do I fix? I don't remember anymore. It's been too long since I've done it. Have you got your body, or are you just running for your life?
I'm just running for my life until I
Okay.
need somebody to protect me. Oh, there's.
Oh, and Abomination.
Yeah, there's everything following. Oh,
It's okay, I think the Abomination's
And-
got me now.
Okay.
armor on.
Draugr needs to die.
Okay, so
Damn it,
I'm
I'm
taking
dead.
the Abomination away. Ah, fuck, that's an ooze.
So that's the thing. I don't fix cars anymore. I fixed cars for about 10 years, but then I went on to fixing what I would call light equipment, I guess.
Forklifts.
Because when, like, some people are like, oh, so you're like heavy equipment repair, and I'm like, what I repair isn't really heavy equipment. What I repair is more,
Oh, what the?
it's
Oh, I'm
killed
dead
me.
too.
light stuff, but it's,
Oh, I'm getting beaten. It's like 3 skeletons, the Wraith, and the Abomination piling on me.
yeah, so the thing that I work on most currently would be forklifts, although I'm very heavily considering going back to being a automotive technician. Because right now I could work on something that was built in World War II, or something that was like came off the assembly line last week. Or I could work on a forklift, or I could work on a crematorium door. True story. I fixed the hydraulics for a crematorium door.
I am 100% currently a coffee maker person that is probably not going to last much longer because of things.
Because
Politics.
That-
baristas aren't allowed to just do their job anymore.
No, they're not.
Most public-facing customer service jobs really suck today.
Yep.
Like, there've never been jobs that I really want to do that's not my wheelhouse. But they suck a lot more today than they used to.
I'm gonna stand by the fire until I'm dry, is what I'm doing.
Good luck with that. It's raining outside. There is no dry.
That's true.
Dry is an illusion.
But yes, currently I make the coffee. I used to make jokes. I'm not allowed to do that anymore.
You know what? What's the point of doing a job if you at least can't have fun?
Right? That's my take on it.
It's like, I'm doing a shitty job. Let me at least have fun doing my shitty job.
Yeah,
As I said, like, of my 14 greetings that I can think of off the top of my head, I can do 3 of them. And I'm like, well, if you're going to put... Well, and to be fair, they said I can do all of them, but I don't want to anymore.
Yep.
Like, you can't offer me a consolation prize.
Like I just don't understand why happy chipper greetings are being banned from
Right?
Well,
like
I don't think that's the plan. The plan is micromanaging of how we want everything done.
I'm
That's
very
the real
tempted to
problem.
go into our bathrooms and go, our drinks aren't standardized. Why should our employees be? And just Sharpie that on all of the air dryers.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's honestly what it does feel like. I don't understand either the logic of it. For those of you who aren't
There's a rate.
in this loop, is a lot of my greetings are hi, welcome to location. I'm not going to tell you where I work. You can guess. And they don't want to sing that anymore. And I'm quoting here because people already know where they are. Which is not the point. So yeah, there was a big thing this last week, and I'm very tired of it. It could be less salty if people hadn't flat out told me that they really appreciate how I do things.
Yeah. So,
Like,
so
that's the thing.
customers appreciate what you're doing.
Yeah.
Kidding me? I just want to stay alive.
But yeah, that's one of the things, Michael. Working in a factory is it's definitely one of those jobs that is a bit of a tough job. Not everyone can handle factory work.
I did factory work for 6. I enjoyed my time there. I enjoyed the people I worked with.
For me, whether I'd be willing to do factory work depends entirely on the people you do factory work with.
I feel like that's most jobs though, because like I was talking to someone the other day and saying I've never quit the employees, I've always quit the job.
Yeah, true.
I mean,
Like, I'm going to be very sad when I quit my current job because I really enjoy the people I work with for the most part.
that's the thing of people don't quit bad jobs, they quit bad bosses.
Yeah.
Is the version of that that's my favorite.
That's essentially what's happening here. This is not a good job, but I've toughed it out.
My current job is going
but-
to definitely be one of the few times where I'm going to quit a job, not because I have issues with my boss.
Okay, James, do you have heavy stuff you can give me?
Yes, I can give you iron, which is heavy. I can also give you some coal, which is pretty heavy. That honestly takes the most of the weight off, but then I'm also going to give you the gems that can go back.
Hang on, I'm out of space here.
Okay.
Okay, now I'm gonna get rid of that.
Head it towards you with some stuff.
Give me.
Okay. Let's see. Because you're out of space, but have weight, right?
Oh, I can get rid of garbage. That.
That is a ton of entrails I'm carrying.
What else?
Do
Certainly.
you have room for your... You're starting to look overburdened.
I can get rid of that.
Yep.
Oh, I am overburdened. Why?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't have my hurt. There we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
That looks
I was
better.
about to say, do you have room for a iron thingy, and I can give you one?
I have
armor?
only 30. Oh, space.
Uh,
Hey.
But if you equip the iron, because I'd rather carry the copper around and have you wear the iron.
All my copper.
Because I think you're going some of the copper back, because I think it's only main chest copper.
It's a chest, yeah.
Oh.
So equip that, and I will toss you back your copper leggings and your copper helmet.
Okay. Yes.
And I will carry the copper armor.
Yeah, we'll actually say my last job I did not quit because I had a bad boss. I quit because they didn't give me hours. I actually really liked my last job.
And that's basically, Michael, the reason why I'm going to quit my current job is, first off, I probably should because I'm honestly not working enough right now to justify calling it a job. And then the other part of it is it is very hard physical work and a lot more dangerous than regular mechanic work. It pays better, but I sit there and go, is it really worth the difference? And I don't know that it really is. So I think I'm going to go back to automotive. It's work that is easier, not necessarily work I like better, but it pays good for less risk and less damage from to my body. And that is one of those things I try to keep in mind. Is like, how long can I do this? If I work at the job doing it, all the hard stuff, how long can I keep doing it? Versus if I start to prioritize not working on the particularly hard stuff, can I do it longer if I take it easier on my body?
You're solo, Jess. Base is under attack, and you are solo.
Oh,
There's
no.
way. There's no way I can get there.
Yeah, we are all way too far away. Because we don't even have a teleporter set up even close.
We're defending our base solo. Luckily, there's
it shouldn't be too
decent
hard because of those
defenses.
stone walls, but yeah.
Yeah, they appear inside the. Yeah.
They are appearing inside the base?
Yes.
Damn it!
It's your pigs.
Pigs are done.
Pigs
Bye
are
bye,
murdered?
pigs. Oh, well, not yet, but well, who knows?
Yeah, they're probably not going to make it, but damn it. I thought I had every bit of that base overlapped with benches. Nothing should be able to spawn inside of it.
I am running towards base, but I doubt. Pigs are still alive. They're going after the garden. Well, pigs are more important than garden, right?
Yep, garden can get murdered, garden can just get replanted. The pigs cannot get replanted. We do not have convenient little pig seeds.
Especially 2-star.
Yeah.
You got him? Okay, pig survived.
Beautiful. Well done, Jess.
Jess said she built a pig barn on her map that imprisoned a 2-star pig.
So she built a pig farm that imprisoned?
Basically, I don't know.
Oh, the pig itself can't basically wander around too much?
The pig itself can't wander around. Nothing can spawn inside of that space. Such a small space that nothing can spawn in there. Two-star piglets. The big pigs are dead.
Okay, but we still have a 2-star something?
Yeah, So we have a 2-star.
Yep.
At least one adult. Yes, there's piglets. At least a 2-star.
Yeah, if we've got 2 pigs and one of them's a 2-star, we can still make progress on that.
Archer in the corner here.
Yeah. And then there is a ooze in the corner there.
I mean, I definitely have relatives who've worked jobs that put their life on the line. So it's hard.
Like, yeah, basically, I'd be willing to do jobs that are that dangerous, but it is a case of you definitely have to look at them and go, is this worth the money you're getting paid?
Well, not always money.
Well, that's
Sometimes, is there a greater good coming out of this?
yeah. But at the same time, like, you shouldn't be doing a job that puts your life in danger where you're like, this just isn't, what you get out of it isn't worth it. There are sometimes what
I
you get,
definitely cannot pick up iron anymore.
yeah, what you get paid in is sometimes not just money, but in other benefits, like firefighters is one of those jobs. It threatens your life a lot more than a lot of other jobs do. Like,
And
very few
most
factory jobs are as bad as
firefighters work for
firefighter.
free.
Yep. But then the thing of, like, most firefighters that do get paid, it is a case of they get paid decently well, and also like they're usually treated quite well. You're afforded a little bit more respect by most of the, like, not every fire hall is going to treat their firefighters with respect, but
Also, the general public treats you very well.
yeah. But like, people don't come in there and yell at firefighters because the firefighters mess up their order. You were supposed to save, you know, whatever part of my house, not the part that you did save. Actually, it probably does happen.
I would 100% believe it.
We got in trouble. Or we did too good of a job once. We did what was impossible to be done. These are those huge, huge hay piles that get turned into
Yep.
cigarette paper. We showed up, got an excavator on site, and we managed to do the impossible, and only half a stack burnt down.
Yep.
Normally, you have like 15 or 16 stacks that burn down. And the owner of said hay bales was a little upset with us. He does not get paid out insurance unless a whole stack goes down.
Ooh.
It's like, you wanted us to save it or not? Well, in his opinion, he wanted us not to save it because he was going to get more money from the insurance than from the actual product.
Especially when you lose half the product.
Yep.
But that's one of those things where I kind of hate about insurance is sometimes the way insurance works. It's like people are rewarded for making bad life, or basically making the poor choice, this choice that's worse for everyone in the long run. And that is where you get like some people where like everyone's like, oh, they're such great businessmen. And it's like they game the system. They don't make the world a better place. So
No.
I don't care if they're doing good at it.
They're great at doing it for themselves, but
Yeah.
they suck at doing the greater good.
Yeah, basically, I don't find it admirable. Basically getting rich by exploiting a broken system, I don't think is something that people should aspire to do.
Yeah.
I had worked at a store that was doing renos once, and they had those big safety fences up. And the number of customers who get behind the fence and it'd be like, oh, there's nothing over here. And you're like, no, because we're literally building this section of the store. Get out. How'd you get? Oh, well, I just moved the fence. And you're like,
Yeah, the fence is there to keep you out,
excuse me.
you idiots.
Did you see a gate? Did you see a welcome? No, get out. Oh, I just wanted to see. And it's like, oh my god.
Get out.
Yeah.
Oh, let's see. What can I drop to make so I can pick up that last little chunk of iron?
I think that's the thing too, is people don't understand you're saying this stuff because there's a danger.
Yeah.
This is literally If you don't know exactly what's going on, you could get seriously injured.
Yeah.
I was actually talking about that. Currently, my name badge says Anon for anonymous. I was changing it about once a month. I would read a book that I'd like, and I'd pick a character, and I'd change my name. And I'm not allowed to do that anymore. So I had to pick a name, and they were like, well, they really wanted it to be my name, and I put my foot down. Because I've had customers, sometimes we have to close our cafe, and we'll have drive-through only. And in Canada, I don't know if it's different in the States, but in Canada, you legally can't walk through the drive-through. That location could be fined, and it's like a huge insurance thing. And this is every drive-through, and it's been in place for 20 years. It's been forever. People still drive, but
And I've done it.
oh yeah. Well, and trucks are different. McDonald's, if we could see your truck, that was a different situation. Weirdly enough,
It's
I
like
guess we assume you won't get hit.
I physically can't get through.
Yeah. There's things in place if you physically can't get through, but if you just walk up and expect me to serve you, I'm going to tell you to go away.
Yep.
And I
Your
had a
vehicle.
lady, she had walked from our location in town, one of our locations, to my location, and her ice had melted because it was plus 40. And she wanted more ice, and I was like, no, I'm sorry, our cafe's closed, you got to get out of my drive-thru. And she threw a huge fit and then told me to go F myself when I pointed out she was right next to a Subway that she could walk into. Apparently Subway's ice is not. So I don't use my actual name anymore, and my poor assistant manager thinks that it's some big lifestyle choice, and he gets very upset when he uses my actual name, and I'm like, dude, no, it's
a security thing.
It's a security thing, and I find it a lot funnier if somebody cusses at me and gets the name wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, somebody swearing at you using your real name hits a little bit harder than somebody swearing at you.
It really does.
Not
It's a
using
very
your real
personal
name.
attack, and if they're using the wrong name, then I'm just going to laugh at them because it's a private joke to myself.
Yep. Okay, back to base.
I definitely had a couple of moments where I thought of either using Shep or using Rowan. But I like both those names enough that I don't want to associate with them with my workplace.
Well, and the whole thing is if it's a name that you're actually personally attached to, it doesn't help
Yeah.
when you're trying to specifically not have personal attachment to the name.
Very much so. But yeah, people they're just blind to the dangers that they could be in.
Yep.
And it is so hard to keep them safe when you're like, hey, I'm doing this thing for a reason. Maybe try to stay alive, you lemming.
There's nothing people really love to double down on their idiocy.
Very much so.
If they get called out for being an idiot, there is nothing that makes people basically double down on being an idiot faster. That's it's amazing the amount of dog owners who have had their dog attack someone, and then someone calls them out for not controlling their dog, and then they want to argue about that they were doing everything right, and it's your dog literally attacked someone.
As someone who had an aggressive dog, it used to drive me up the wall because I would do everything I could. And I'm going to add that my dog was only aggressive to other dogs. He liked people, but he had a major issue with other dogs. And I would walk him where there wasn't other dogs. I would pull him off the side of the road if I saw dogs coming. I would do everything to separate us. And people would bring their dogs over, and I'd be like, look, go away. It's not safe. And they'd be like, oh, mine's friendly. And I'm like, mine's not.
I don't care if yours is friendly. Mine's not. Fuck off.
Yep.
And he ended up biting 2 dogs. Luckily, never any people. And it was horrible each time. He never did more than he'd just grab them and he'd hold, because I literally don't think he had a plan after that. He was just so scared of other dogs.
Yeah.
And getting people to understand, oh, mine's friendly. And it's like, cool, yours can be friendly as you want. He's still scared.
Yeah.
And he's going to do what scared animals do, which is attack things.
Defend themselves.
Yeah. I will also add, before he got really bad, there
Say,
was a point where I was...
Michael's swearing. It's held for review. That is terrible. How could you swear, Michael?
Yeah, Fishy could have been here. I like Fishy.
Has Fishy come back?
No,
Okay.
but we disappeared.
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm like, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if it's just a. They seemed young enough to have a short attention span.
Yep.
I mean, I assume Milo might not know you guys are back either.
I mean, no.
Milo also often goes out with her friends and stuff. She has a pretty active, real life.
How dare Milo have a real life?
I know.
What is this?
Son of a bitch.
Who has time for that?
Ooh, I like our general situation with pigs. I'm gonna kill the no-star piglet because that is our only non-2-star.
Oh, that is a very nice to-do list.
Just made a to-do list?
Unless it magically populated itself.
No, there's nothing on it. I just like the board.
Yeah, I know, but like
very clear and
still,
concise.
Someone still had to make it. But I'm saying, unless it just like magically sprung out of the need of it, I suspect that just made it.
I would lean toward magic.
I mean, that is a very likely possibility. So, but since it's magic, I can just nitpick it all over the place, right? That's how that works.
I feel entrails are in the wrong spot.
Entrails are where?
In the raw meat cooked section.
Oh, they should be in ingredients, which is over here. Yeah, there's a bunch of entrails down here in the bottom ingredients chest.
I'm gonna pull them out. I didn't. They appeared magically. Just like the board appeared magically. Okay. Everything is corrected.
All is right with the world.
All is right with the world. Back to the road building. A little more armor.
Yep.
I had to die twice to get the free armor, but...
The free armor wasn't so free. Excuse me. Wait, why did I even bother carrying back that bronze stuff? I should have just thrown it away. I've got a stand here with a full set of bronze armor on it. Could have carried a little bit more stuff back if I'd actually thought that through.
Smith Trail. I go to the merchant, try to make a line dot, so lose the right amount of altitude to get to the merchant. Backwards from the merchant.
Your placement of the garden chest was so good that I went to it and went, the items in this are, I didn't remember putting them in this order. That's weird. And then I moved on. Basically, the chest got destroyed and Jess rebuilt it. And the placement was so perfect that I was more confused by the things inside being in the wrong order than the chest being, like, the chest had, like, I would never have guessed that the chest was rebuilt. So I think that's a good sign for you successfully guessing where the chest went. Okay, repair all my stuff and then go back out in the field.
Holy smokes! Blue monster.
Oh, I'm like, blue monster, what sort of... Oh, that's troll. I'm assuming that's troll anyway.
Yeah,
Seems like a safe bet.
wasn't expecting it. Dark fog.
So wait a minute, Michael. You're saying that you put in these stars in the word fucking, and it still held it for review? That's interesting. I guess not super surprising, but still interesting. So I thought about censoring myself when I was saying that, but I figure Juan already broke the seal, so there's no point.
It's my trucking that.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's where, like on your trucking channel, I wouldn't dare to play the forest on that channel like that, a channel like that. The forest is not an 18+ game, but it's still very like adult in like theme and content in general. Like you can cut off people's arms in that game. Not while alive, but you can also eat their arms because cannibalism is a thing in that game.
Oh, really?
At least I assume you can. You could in the original Forest. I'm not the one who chops off arms and eats them, so I wouldn't know. We need Cannibal here for that. That's why he has the name Cannibal. We played the Forest with him, and we were like, all right, so your new name's just Cannibal, because it seems like an important thing to remember about you in real life. That your first instinct upon seeing the fact that you could consume human flesh was doing so. I don't think Juan says every cuss word in the book.
No.
There are words I've never heard Juan say.
I don't swear a lot. For a trucker, I swear very little.
I don't swear as much as I should. I get more done when I swear. Or more so, things sometimes don't cooperate, and then after a lot of swearing, suddenly they start to cooperate, and so it must be a cause and effect right there. There's no possible chance that it could just be a coincidence. Yeah, I don't think I feel like just people who look at me sort of guess that I'm the sort of person who swears. I feel like my general look is easy to just apply bad stereotypes to, so
Why?
like if you just do a very quick general description of me, it sounds like you're describing somebody that's like on the police that are looking for a suspect list.
I would have never. No. I would not have. On this. Disagree. I don't know what lift.
Is the fact that I'm basically like a average height Caucasian male with like the least trustworthy form of facial hair. Like nice big full beards are seen as trustworthy, but like goatees and mustaches are inherently the only bad people have goatees and mustaches. It's not my fair. It's not my fault I can't grow a decent beard. I mean, I think in a lot of ways, working as a mechanic has a lot of overlap with factory work. There's a lot of the same type of stuff going on.
I get daylight here soon. I would like some.
You would like some day in your day?
Yeah, there we go. Everything. Built road. Roads were so controversial. What? Brute killed the piggies?
A
Just
brute spawned
for-
inside?
Yep.
Arrgh!
Your pigs are all done. You need to build the cage next time.
Like, I don't understand how anything can spawn inside the castle. It shouldn't. Nothing should be able to spawn inside the castle. And it's frustrating because I spent a whole bunch of time like checking out, and like the entire time I was like working on things there, nothing ever spawned inside the castle. So I don't get what's wrong
Piggies,
there.
they're all dead. There's no 2-star left.
Yep, that's fine.
It's not.
It's fine. I'll either just stop caring about having a 2-star boar.
What? Build a stone half floor? Build a stone floor for the pigs to be on top of?
That shouldn't make a difference for spawning.
You made your floor all out of wood and they don't spawn on yours?
I mean, how many hours has she been into her game without anything spawning on it? Because we went, I think, like 15 hours of nothing spawning on that,
And all of a sudden it does, yeah.
and then suddenly here we are with things spawning. Alright, one tomb left here to do. And then this swamp is pretty much expended. Dang it. I meant to grab the key off shop, I didn't. So I cannot get into the last tomb. I mean, it's the thing of, I could definitely still handle...
Chaps went silent
I assume, yeah, Shep has probably crashed out of the game. Because
because
Shep has been silent for a while.
Discord and Silence.
Yeah.
Yeah, silence. I say her computer went on.
Yep. Yeah, that was my guess. But why is Shep dead? So that's the thing, Michael. I feel like I could still handle customer service work. Like mostly it's a thing of customer service work, and customer service workers aren't treated with respect. That's my problem. Um, and everyone should be respected doing their job. I don't care what the job is.
That's what keeps me at my job. I get respected by my boss only because he knows he has to, because it's hard to keep drivers. They have to at least pretend to respect me.
Yeah, that always helps when if they don't, they're just going to lose you and they can't replace you. Mind you, at
So
my prior job that didn't actually apply, but they were also very convinced that I was expendable, and only found out afterwards that I was not.
especially when you bring everybody with you.
I mean, I didn't bring anyone with me. It's not my like I did nothing on my end. The fact
No,
that
but you started a chain reaction.
yes, that was the thing.
Your action created a chain reaction.
I was the first one to leave, and then suddenly it went from everyone who worked, every mechanic there had worked there for at least 10, like at least 10 years. Um, and then now the technically the mechanic they've had who's worked there the longest has worked there for 25 years. Um, but he's the only one. Everyone else is new.
Hey, Ghost Bear, I may take you up on that offer in the future. Thing is, I want to start pretending I'm retired now. So I'm going to save up money and then quit my job, do my retirement stuff, and then go apply for a job again. And who knows who that person will be that I apply for again. I would like to be a part-time trucker. Work for someone half the year and then spend the other half of the year traveling. Can I do that right now? No, but maybe in the future.
Yeah. That is one of the things I'd really like right now in a job. It would be flexible hours because I've got so many other things. Like I've been starting to work part-time as a sword instructor, and that means that my yeah, basically flexibility is a large part what I want in my job. I like my job. I'd like to keep doing my job, but I would like flexibility in it. And that is not a thing that mechanics get. Flexibility is not Flexibility is not something that companies usually are giving out. Yeah, no, I cannot understand how anything can spawn in here. There's workbenches all over the place. And they're not supposed to
Apparently,
spawn in workbench
apparently
areas.
workbenches don't.
Okay, so screw the system. We're going to find out. We're going to find out without a bunch of effort wasted on finding how many two-star boars have we found? Um, no.
Oh, you have to make a workbench radius?
What do you mean workbench radius?
I don't know. You might have a tiny gap in workbench radius.
No, we've got a ton of overlap on the
Yeah,
workbenches
they're all over.
because the wall has the workbenches all in it.
Okay, so Jess is looking at Reddit and saying the same thing. He had workbenches everywhere. Now they're spawning. Reddit is agreeing with that. It's happening all of a sudden.
Uh, say, come on, make it easier for me to cheat. This is ridiculous. Shouldn't be this difficult. I don't remember
Okay.
what the spawn commands are.
Add it to my calendar, Bill. Yeah. As I out people's names.
How dare you?
But nobody knows who I
Yep.
responded to, so nobody
Nope.
knows.
Nobody knows
knows
unless they
nothing.
know. There. We've got our 2 starboards back. We're good.
Oh, you cheated them in?
Yeah, I just spawned 2 boars and then immediately tamed them.
It's like, if the game's breaking the rules, we can break the rules too.
Yeah, like that's the whole thing is like, okay, so we lost boars because like the one time Shep was fighting a troll and the troll went after the boars, so the boars got killed. And then I
So
think
give the
I think we've
boars,
lost all of our boars 3 times.
yeah, give the boars a lot smaller space.
But the thing about a boar of this size is that you can spawn more boars. Like that's the reason I
How
like the size
about
of it. But
you make
I mean,
2 cages though?
that could work. Either way, I'm
Make
not going to deal with it. If somebody else wants to, they're more than welcome to.
So basically make 1 cage where there's only 2 boars in there as a backup. Keep the bigger one
Yep.
for spawning. That's on Jess's list of things to do now.
Perfect.
Add it to the list. You have to wait till they breed more, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, no, you can shrink it down because there's the 2 boars now. Put them in the small.
Then wait till they breed more, and then
Wait till
move
they
the
breed and
extras
then
out.
allow basically a couple out into the other. And
Yeah.
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 Yep.
Yep. It's too steep. Too steep.
Yeah, I agree, Ghost Bear. Retail doesn't have to suck, but boy does it ever just suck.
I don't think it's the actual retail. It's the super retail, right?
Well, it is the crappy employers.
The fact that you are always replaceable.
Like the whole thing is if you work in a small store owned by like basically the owner is the person who comes in and opens it every morning. Can it suck? Yes. Is it as likely to suck? No. Because the person who is directly responsible for you actually cares about the business. They're not just there for a power trip. So most of them, they're looking for the best way for the system to run, not just the system that allows them to be a dick to other people. Because a lot of management in retail is absolutely terrible. I mean,
Because
just
you're just using it as a stepping stone to get higher up.
or it's a case of you just like having power because you like to boss people around, and you feel insignificant in your life, so you use this as your outlet to feel better about yourself. Say like you did, Juan, when you were a retail manager. That's how the stories went, right? Juan was a terrible manager, terrible abuse of power. Wait,
Yeah,
no, never
yeah,
mind.
that's.
That sounds like you. No. That's the same way, like,
I was a terrible manager because I didn't do any of that.
But you were, like, there are probably people who actually would consider you a bad manager because you didn't, like, whip the people under you hard enough.
Yes,
But, like, the whole thing is you always got what needed to be done.
that's
and,
why I had my staff members crying in my office.
Yeah. Like, the thing is,
Like-
like, because you were, like, one of those managers who got everything done that needed to be done without basically making it problematic for everyone who's helping you do it.
I would discipline people because they did literally nothing is getting done, and then they'd be crying. It's like, you gotta work.
Yeah.
I don't expect you to work very hard, but you gotta do some work.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, my superhero worker that made me look good got fired shortly after I left.
Because people didn't know how to communicate with him.
He was an asshole. You have to know how to work with assholes. The thing is, you got to find out why the person's an asshole.
Yep.
Why is this person such an asshole? And how do you work with them? The dude made me look so good. Because he could work so hard. But as soon as I left, he got fired because the new manager didn't know how to handle him. He had a physical disability. He would never admit that, but he did. If your body doesn't make, can't say the word, testosterone,
Testosterone?
whatever that word is.
Yeah,
If your body
testosterone.
doesn't make that, you're gonna be a whiny bitch one day, and then you go get your shot of the stuff, and then you're gonna be a big muscular
Macho
asshole
man.
the next day. So, I would say that's a disability, but the dude could do the work of 3 people and do it well.
Yeah.
How are you not going to use that and work with the person? It's like, okay,
Yeah.
had a conversation with them. You have to let me know when your shot comes up.
Yeah.
I need to know that. You're going to spend 3 or 4 days working by yourself in that corner on those days.
Yeah.
And he came to me one time and goes, why do you always give me work like 3 times the amount of work of everybody else?
Because you do it? Because you can actually do all of the work?
I give him crap for not doing the job for 3 people the one time. It's like, hey, why didn't you finish your job? And he goes, I still did more than everybody else. I'm like, I understand that, but your job was this today.
Yeah.
If you're not going to do your job, let me know. That's all I need to know. And then we had an agreement. I made an agreement with him. Here's your job for the day. It's 3 times the work that everybody else is going to do here. If you finish this work by lunch, you go do whatever the heck you want, except for the last hour of your shift when my boss comes in. You save an hour worth of work. When my boss comes in, I want you to be working. The rest of the time, you sit around in the office if you want, and if anybody else has a problem with that, that's going to be my problem and not yours.
Yep.
And worked really well. He worked his butt off, got the job of 3 people done. He sat around, did nothing. People complained. I dealt with that and never let him be the one that had to deal with those people that complained.
Yep. So sorry, there's this weird thing that you keep talking about. It almost sounds like you managed things.
Like,
so I don't think that's like part of the job description. Was it?
No,
managers aren't supposed to manage things, are they?
I was just sad to hear you got fired immediately after. It's like, man, the dude's gonna make you look so good.
You just got to take care of him. Take care of him. He takes care of you. Yep. And that's the thing I've found. There's a lot of people who they will get way more work done than everyone else, but managers either just let them get away with everything, which doesn't work, because then if you let them get away with everything, they actually end up stop being good workers. You still got to manage them, or they basically refuse to acknowledge that this person does more, and end up basically, unless they're working super hard the entire time, you fire them. It's like, but you'll never get that productivity back for that dollar.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it is how much productivity can you get out of a set amount of money. That's the job of management.
And I could have pushed them harder and made temporarily.
Yep.
Got a lot more out of them. But I wanted him to stay there as long as possible because dude was a hard worker. I respect hard workers.
A weird way to tell me you don't respect me, but all right.
You are lazy.
So I blame my older siblings.
Youngest always gets away with everything, right?
It's not my fault everything that I needed to get done already got done by the time I came around. Because that's a key thing. No matter what happens, I'm not responsible for how I turn out. See, this is the important code of being the youngest.
It's never your fault.
Never accept responsibility.
Even when I carve your name into the windowsill.
Yes, I remember that.
The worst part was I forgot I did it. Never.
Yep.
It's like, hey, that was fun. I can forge people's name. Oh wait. Said person's in trouble for writing. Oh yeah.
So, and this is the moment where I'll link back, tell my therapist about, and basically explain all my bad behaviors. Having a shield out really helps a lot to defend against Draugr.
Well, so I would say I treated you pretty good, but the person mistreating someone never remembers it.
That's exactly it. The axe forgets, the tree remembers.
So I'd like to think we got along, but I don't know because
I mean, we did get along, and then also didn't get along, because I know there was definitely points where we were not getting along at all. But we get along well now.
Oh yeah, I remember you flattened or reduced tire pressure on all my tires and tried to kill me. Yeah. I remember that.
I don't remember that.
Yeah. You emptied all my tires so that the tires would blow up and I would die.
I have no recollection of this.
You did. Yeah. I remember that now. Yeah, thanks for jogging my memory. I did hate you for a second. And you obviously hated me that day.
Mm-hmm. And it's one thing, like I said, the axe forgets, the tree remembers. I definitely
Yeah, yeah.
remember deflating your tires. Were valve stems out or valve stems in?
Valve stems in, just very, very low tire pressure, barely enough air to drive. They would have all blown up, done a lot of damage if I hadn't noticed. And yeah, you don't remember any of it, huh?
Nope.
Yep, all 4 tires were almost out of air pressure.
Say I remember having empty tires, but it was valve stems out.
My tires?
Nope.
You've emptied somebody else's tires?
Yep.
Really?
Yeah, I remember doing that.
I
But
don't.
it was valve stems out. Valve stems were right there. Like I made sure that it was easy to put them back up, but it was a case of not gonna slash your tires, but I am gonna let the air out.
Who did you do that to?
A coworker who glued my tools to my my work cart.
So apparently that's a pattern with you emptying people's tires.
Well, I only remember it once, so nope, no pattern here.
That's interesting. That's a good thing to do. You really screw someone over, but not screw them over.
Well, that's because I'm not willing to go as far as actually slash someone's tires. Because at that point, you're doing physical damage to
Yes. Yeah.
their tires.
You're not. It's not inconvenient anymore. It is now.
Yeah.
Why don't I remember how? Okay, well that's a thing. It's not what I wanted to do.
Because that is definitely, there was a point where I very much, if someone messed with me, I would absolutely mess with them. But there's a lot of effort involved with the keeping track of who's wronged you and wronging them in a what you perceive to be
A
equivalent
fair.
way.
Yeah.
And that's what you think is fair is always ends up not being fair by the other person. And
That's how road rage happened.
yep, it's incremental escalations until
That guy
it
cut me
becomes a real
off a little
problem.
bit. Oh yeah, I will show them. I'm gonna pass them and cut them off, and they're like, "What the heck was that for?" They don't even realize they
Yeah.
were the ones that started it. Who's hitting? Oh,
And it's also why you can't deal with money with family and friends. Because what I think I'm owed and what you think you owe me, for most people, will end up that I think you owe me more than you think you owe me. So it doesn't work. Because I'll always have been shorted.
what are you
And
saying?
I'm saying this is how it works for most people.
Your tank was full of fuel when you got home, right?
It actually wasn't. It was a little bit below the E mark. No, but
That was full. It was full.
it was not full when I got in the car. Mel may have taken it up the mountain once, but it was not full when I got into the car.
I'm like, it was full.
But yes. And like that's the entire thing is, if it wasn't, I really wouldn't care. I'm pretty sure of that entire trip. If anyone owes the other person more, it's almost guaranteed to be me.
It was pretty close, I think.
It was pretty close, but there's some things where I'm like, because you paid for a couple meals where I'm like, I didn't actually pay for any of your meals. Most of the stuff we split, but there was some stuff where you paid where I'm like, I don't think that ever actually got evened out.
No, I think most meals got evened out.
Most did, but I think one, maybe two didn't.
I don't remember meals not split.
That's the... Was it... I want to say that the Red Lobster, I think... No, wait, did we... Like, my brain wants to say that you paid for the Red Lobster and it wasn't split.
Maybe.
So
Maybe
think,
you're right.
yeah.
Either way, I don't remember not splitting something.
Yeah.
Or anytime I go, hey, we didn't split something, I'm like, it's fair that I paid extra because your vehicle was used or something like that, right?
Yeah.
It's like maybe monetarily, it wasn't a dead-on even split.
Yeah. And that's the thing of, this is why for most people money doesn't like work with family and friends, is because they sit there and go, what am I owed?
How many pennies did that person not pay me?
Well, that's the thing. If you basically are primarily interested in what you are owed, you will always have been shorted. Like if you were to sit there and be like, yeah, James never paid me back for that meal, and basically we're really listing those off. Whereas I'm not concerned about what you didn't pay me. I'm looking at it being like, what did I not pay Juan for?
Yeah, I think we're both similar that way.
This is why money works for us. But like, this is not who I used to be. This is something I basically went, you know what? I hate looking at this from a what am I owed perspective. This is not behavior I admire in other people. So why do I do it?
Yeah.
So that is very much a conscious growth of, I don't want to be what I dislike in other people. So I admire.
I want to have a conversation with you on vacation, our next vacation visit your family, Jess. I want that conversation to basically be, remember that loan I gave you? Can we make it not a loan? It's done over the internet. It's hard to talk to someone I want this conversation face to face and go, hey, I don't need the money. You need the money. If you ever want to repay this, repay it to somebody else that's in, not back to me.
I always like that as a basically, yeah, if someone feels obligated to pay it, make it so they have to pay it to someone else.
Yeah, it's like, I don't need this money back.
Yeah. Basically, if you're in a position where you go, yes, I can totally afford to pay it.
I don't feel like I'm owed.
Yeah, pay it to someone who can use it. Because there's always going to be someone who can use it. Like, that is, we have a friend who still owes me money. But basically, when I was making the deal, I basically went, I'm going to lend you this money, but I am not going to track any of it. Basically, there's no point where I'm going to come up to you and be like, hey, you still owe me money.
Yeah.
This is I've lent you money. Yes, you owe me money back, but you deal with it how you need to. And that was definitely, it was just simply because of the situation. I'm like, because of the dynamic situation, I don't know if it's ever going to be a position of, yes, I can afford to pay it back. So I'm not it's easier if I just don't expect it.
Yeah. Yep. And like the person in question, for me, if they ever pay back, I will literally give it to someone else.
Yeah.
If they insist on giving it back, it will literally go to somebody else. I am not taking.
Conveniently,
I don't consider it my money.
Yeah. So well, conveniently, I do have my begging sign out. So.
Hey.
Oops. We have a
Shep lives.
Okay, so I was talking to you for a good 10 minutes, and I was like, "What the heck?" And so I actually had to leave Discord and come back and test my mic and everything. And I was like, "Well, you guys are having a really intense conversation. Maybe you're just not noticing."
Nope. This is yeah. Welcome back, Shep. Shep's not dead. Woo.
Shep's not dead. I was actually hanging out like in
I
the meadows when you ran
I
past
ran
me.
past you, and I'm like, well, Shep's here, but I still don't hear Shep. So I'm like, I don't know what's
Yeah.
going on. I'm like, I don't know if this is a Discord problem or what, but
Oh no, I figured it out when I told you guys that my petty revenge is just decapping people, and I didn't get a response. I was like, okay.
yeah, no, we didn't get any of that.
Did you hear us say that Shep was dead?
I saw Ghost Bear post that Shep was dead. I had to restart my
Okay.
computer.
Because that's
You
what I
never
saw.
came back.
Because I saw when you rejoined, but it was the case. I'm like, but there's still no Shep. Or
Yeah,
like in
it
Discord,
was.
but whatever.
I got Discord to work, and then like the whole computer just went no. Every once in a while, Discord just doesn't agree with my computer.
Well, Jess can't get Discord to work at all with her microphone. She can hear you guys, can't get her microphone to work at all.
I mean, the big reality of my computer is this is probably the year I need to build my own.
Framework. Oh, that's a laptop.
That's only if you're going laptop. If you're going and I think laptop's great if what you need is a laptop, but they also
I
just
don't
don't
want
have
a
the
laptop.
longevity of a desktop system.
I'm planning to do desktop just because then if something goes, hopefully I can fix the thing and not
That's what
buy a
framework.
whole new rig.
That's
Well,
what
that's
framework is.
for
A
laptops.
laptop that is fixable and repairable in the future.
I do love that idea, and that may be where I go if I need a laptop in the future.
If
Yep.
you need a laptop framework, I'm preaching that to anybody. But
Because I am down for that. Like my last few laptops, only one component went, and it was
Yeah.
so frustrating because the rest of it was fine.
Exactly. Hate that. I'm going through laptops so fast. I'm like, okay, I bought a high-end laptop this time. And then Framework came out, and I'm like, oh, I want that instead. But
Yeah.
next time.
Yeah, no, that is if I ever go for a laptop, framework is one I'm where I'll go. But also, I don't want a framework laptop more than I want a desktop. I really just like having a desktop computer.
I could see a laptop if I do actually get into substitute teaching, just because like teachers get school laptops, but it would be nice to have something that travels. But I'm not worried about that right now.
For me, the reason I'm leaning to laptops is we do the RVing thing. Wattage is important.
You might not be able to do
usually,
desktop, but you can totally do a laptop.
Yep, laptops are usually more efficient, and even if not, laptop would have a battery that I could charge up and then use at high capacity.
Yeah.
Even if I don't have a lot of watts, I can charge it at low watts and then use it.
You leave it charging for a long period of time, and then use it for a short period of time, and that works out.
Yeah.
Where a desktop, you just need to be able to power it, full stop.
Yeah, that RV show totally changed everything about what I wanted.
So I'm kind of curious. What exactly changed? Like, what is it that makes you go, nope, I don't want a camper. I want a actual dedicated RV.
I wanted a dedicated RV from the get-go.
Yeah.
And then I started thinking about all those little free campgrounds that the RV I want can't get.
Okay, basically the fact that you wanted a 4x4 truck so that you could get to all the places.
Yes.
So that's like that C-class 4x4, essentially.
If I can get a C-class 4x4.
Yeah. Yes, for you that solves the problem. Okay.
That solves the problem. And then I would get a big moose guard on the front with a winch on the front.
Yeah.
Big enough winch to pull that RV. A nylon rope.
That is, I really do wish you could just buy a C-class motorhome on Ford's truck chassis.
Hang on. What if you just get a normal... What if I... You being a mechanic.
Yep.
How much would you charge for this job?
For what?
If I bought a used RV, you pull transmission and front axle assembly out and make it a four-wheel drive.
So most RVs, I don't think that's even going to be a possibility because it's going to be like they're too compact in the front end. Whereas I think the better plan would almost be buy a Ford pickup that has the weight capacity you need, like an F350 or F450, depending on what you actually need,
Yep.
and
And
basically drop the
move
C-Class motorhome onto that
on to that.
chassis. But that's what would it take to do either one of those? I don't actually know. I'm
Yeah,
sure you would run
the
into
amount
new
of
roadblocks.
money and time versus ordering it brand new with 4-wheel drive ready
Yeah.
in it.
And that's what, like, if you were going to sit here and do most of the work yourself, you could probably actually do it and save quite a bit of money doing it.
Yes.
But to sit there and be there, okay, I'm going to pay someone else to do it. Now that's where that gets expensive.
Because it's a lot of man hours.
Yeah, because even if you're not paying for my hours, like paying for my hours as a shop would be ridiculously expensive.
Yes.
It'd be a lot cheaper to pay for my hours just as a mechanic, but still would get expensive.
Yeah, that's why I'm like asking. Like, so basically, but the RV is just another Ford chassis. So if you take a 2-wheel drive Ford chassis, it'd be hard to convert that to a 4-wheel drive.
Yes. Basically, the whole thing is you're going to want it. Basically, you're going to be changing quite possibly the engine and the front suspension, and things are going to add up quick.
So yeah, you basically have to change the whole front end.
Yeah.
Jess, in one of the treasure chests in the thing, there is another iron chest piece because I load it back in with another one. So, if you want it. I feel like we're cheating the game slowly.
Grab it. So yeah, Jim, so I could buy a used RV for 80 some grand or a brand new one for 200.
Yeah.
Doing all of that work might be close to the same price.
Yeah. And that's because it's one of the things where if I basically sat there and go, yeah, no, this is a job I can do in my driveway, then I'd sit there and be like, nah, heck, let's do this. But it's a case of you need to have this sort of setup.
RV,
like you're
need
lifting
engine mounts and
not even so much engine mounts, but it's basically because the key there would be because that's where I think it would be easier to basically just lift the C-Class body off of the truck. Off of the F350, whatever.
Yeah.
Basically, cut the original body out from underneath the motorhome, and then drop that on the back of a truck. But of course, then you have to sit there and be like, all right, so how do you seal those to get the perfect seal?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not an RV tech. I don't know what can make that sort of repair a permanent thing rather than just a...
Yeah, so I'm going to have to look and see if we can find somebody that can custom build
an
RV with a 4x4 already built in.
And that would definitely be worth, like, if...
You don't have to wait a year for it to be built.
Also,
it's like, hey, factory, can you build this on this chassis instead?
I'm going to do a quick internet search.
Nothing RV is a quick answer.
No.
My initial thing was just buy a used rental unit.
Yeah.
And get those for really good prices, but then you're buying basic unit.
Yeah, and that's the...
Is Shep gone again?
No, Shep's here.
Okay. Whew. Hear a lot of silence.
Part of it's I'm on push to talk. Part of it was I was trying not to die.
Not dying is a worthy goal.
I picked a fight with something bigger than me.
I don't recommend.
Yeah, there is and this is a local company. I think it's called Truck Transformer, but I can't find anything online about it right now. I'm gonna have to remember what it is. But
There is like 13 iron in this chest here. I can't pick up.
okay. But basically, Truck Transformer. I can also not pick up all of it. Well, time to go back.
Truck Transformer. Never heard of.
But basically, one of the things that what it is it's a quick swap bed system for a truck. But for me, like one of the cool things about it is the fact that it allows you to make a C-class body for your truck that you can just like hot swap to the bed. And I'm like that always just I looked at it and went that'd be super neat.
So C-Class RV hot swapped to the bed of a truck?
Yeah, you can hot swap a like flatbed onto it, or like bins. All of it is just basically attachments to these things, and they can then just basically you drop it and it'll just mechanically drops the bed down onto the ground right behind the truck, and then you go and basically just swap out whatever you need at that moment. But it's mostly, I'd be interested in what their C-Class motorhome bed actually is.
Yeah.
What does it actually contain? Okay, I'm going to make a run for home.
Road is all the way to the merchant.
Sweet.
Nice.
Piggies have a home?
Also,
now, why did we build the road to the merchant?
At that point, we had to go to the merchant a lot.
Yeah, but we can just teleport.
Yeah.
Well, where am I building the next road?
That is a good question. Because I don't think you finished.
How do you feel about flattening out a swamp?
Road to here? But I also don't know if there's much point in bringing the road that way. Because there is technically some plains at the tip of the continent here, but...
So we're going to need a boat.
Do we have a boat?
Yes, but we're going to travel a lot by boat.
Mm-hmm.
Where would be a good place for a road to a... Our place is good for a boat.
We have a dock. I like our spot for a boat. That's actually why I built there. Good access to the ocean.
I like my road. It is well engineered.
I kind of want to get you to play Satisfactory to the point of building railroads, because I want to know what your railroads would look like in that game. I think it would take you forever to build your railroads. Because if you just want railroads that just kind of like streak through the sky, it's not hard. You want to make
if you want to make them look pretty.
Yeah. I've settled for just basically put these big columns underneath it intermittently so that it looks like it's not just floating. But I'm also not willing to really give it a proper foundation. Basically, if I could blow holes from mountains, I would love to build the railroad actually like on the ground. Build the railroad exactly where it should be.
I do really appreciate that it's consistently being called ADHD the game.
I mean, that's not inaccurate. I feel like anyone who enjoys that game as much as like me and Doom do should probably go for some ADHD diagnosis.
God, there's a slime all the way up here. I don't want that.
Because that is, Mel made a doctor's appointment for me. And I have a ADHD self-test to fill out. And just taking a quick glance through, I'm like, yeah, the questions they ask are exactly the things that made me go, maybe,
I was about
maybe
to
I
say, I
am.
think Akadel figured it out well enough that everybody at your table is neurodivergent in some way.
Neurodivergent, yeah, but like ADHD specifically is one of those things where I look at it and being like, yeah, this describes me. Like a lot of the things I'm like, yep, these are the things I struggle with. So will not be surprised if it comes back as yes, you are probably ADHD.
I definitely was thinking about it today and thinking about like as a little kid and obviously as an adult, because you know me as an adult, I get overwhelmed really easily. And I would burst into tears, and I still do that as an adult. And how much easier it would have been as a kid if we'd had the knowledge of that instead of teachers being like, you're just being oversensitive.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because like I struggled a lot, and like I was a good student, so I didn't struggle academically, but socially I struggled a lot because of teachers who were like, oh, you'll get over it, you're just oversensitive. It's like, I actually won't. Even as an adult, I'm kind of the same human.
Yep.
Difference as an adult, I just tend to stalk away and deal with it myself. Can't do that as a kid.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that are significantly harder as a kid because you're afforded less respect.
Yep, just the whiny, snotty kid.
What did you call me?
A whiny, snotty kid.
Okay, I'm gonna go crying in the corner now.
Serves you right.
I'm not disagreeing, I'm just saying.
Pigs?
We already covered. I might be a whiny, snotty kid, but it's your fault somehow anyway.
All right, right. Did
Deek.
James, while you're there, go check out Jess's.
I'm going to do that in just a moment. I'm just tossing things out, and then I will go see our new pig grounds.
Well, if I'm bringing this cart back
Alright.
home, I might as well pick up all the lumber and rock and stuff along the way.
I'm not sure if you're going to be able to pick up all the stuff that you...
No, but I can fill the cart. And the teleport that just goes to the road, picked up any... I guess I can just pick it up, can't I? Bring that with, too.
I'm surprised that you could build this. I didn't think you could just build stone floor over nothing. I thought the stone floor always had to be supported by other things, otherwise it would collapse. But yeah.
Oh, you're connecting it from one wall to the other?
It's just I thought the last time I tried to build the stone floor, it would collapse.
I don't
if it
understand.
didn't.
She says you start backward. She's trying to explain how it's done, but I
Yep.
don't understand.
Either way, yep. That'll work.
No more innocent piggy lives.
I mean, until we find out that there's some other way they're getting in and blah.
Oh yeah.
Which is why I'm like, if I was like, yeah, if we fix this one thing, we're gonna stop losing pigs, I would go, yes, we're not gonna cheat it. We'll go find our 2-star boar. But I'm like, no, I'm not putting all that effort in just to have the pigs get murdered again. That has happened too many times. I am out of patience on that front. I'm not enough of a masochist for this.
So the portal to the road no longer exists.
Okay. It is now Portal to the Merchant.
Just a portal to the merchant. The road one can be
Yep.
renamed to whatever. The ingredients will eventually get back home.
Yep. Was there already a second portal to the Merchant?
Yes,
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, that
because
got
the road
added.
was,
I'm not the one who
yeah.
built that, but yes, I remember that. There's also one that goes to a boss that we don't need, so I'm probably going to repurpose that one for bone
Oh,
mess eventually.
just built the one to the merge.
Okay.
So yeah, the road one can be rebuilt, or maybe it'll still be a road, be
It'll
to a
just be
new
a different
road.
road, yeah. Yeah, no, I did find it very amusing when I found the genre of game, the automation genre of game, and I just like immediately was just like, yes, I love everything about this type of game. Because like Factorio, Satisfactory, Dyson Sphere program, and I feel like I'm missing something else from that
I
genre of
feel,
games.
I feel I take regular games and kind of make them into that style of game. What am I doing here? I'm building a road for a game that this is
Well,
not playing the game the way it's supposed to be played.
yeah, but the entire thing is like the thing that I like about automation is that you just scale up forever.
Yeah,
It's a case of, oh, so, and that's what I really would like is to get games like this to kind of incorporate some of those ideas, but not become one of those games. Like I love the idea of like say you could get like villagers or something where it's like, all right, so bronze is still important, but you don't have to go and deal with the bronze anymore. You get somebody else to gather the bronze for you,
yeah,
and
yeah.
you're basically working on setting up the iron line while the bronze comes in automatically. Like I love that idea.
Yeah,
That's
like something after you've defeated the boss or whatever,
yeah.
where then that opens up to you.
Well, and that's the one thing because while I'm sitting here being like I'm not quite sure what I'm doing for a job, I'm like I'm tempted to sit here and basically fling most of my day at basically trying to develop a game because I'm like I've got ideas. I always have ideas for like wouldn't it be cool to have this in a game? And I don't think I've got the talent for game making to build a game that is going to like on its own be like this great thing. But for me, it'd be worth it just to see what is the answer of why does no one do this? What better way to find out than to try to do it?
I mean, I always offer my skills in being able to find all the weird stuff. Because I have found some weird stuff.
I mean, so far of beta testing the couple programs I have done, I think Juan has done the best of finding the things that I can't get to happen on my computer. Why, Juan? Why does it just have to be like basically yours is like, yep, we got weird bugs, and I'm like, but that just doesn't happen to me. I can't find out why it happens because it doesn't happen when
Yeah,
it's me.
the Steve Gibson talked about that.
Hmm.
He's a security guru of like
Yep.
he does for Spinrite.
Yep.
His program, there were a certain group of people that had this weird bug and could not figure it out. And he found out that it was always on a certain system, rare system that's really expensive,
Hmm.
weird system, and it makes no sense, can't make it work. So he goes and spends thousands of dollars on this system just so he can go figure out why it doesn't work on that system.
Yeah.
So to fix it, you almost need to own everything.
Well, and that's where it's a lot easier for really big companies that are developing software on a large scale because they can, oh, you're having this weird problem? Yeah, okay, we'll have that one-off thing that you can now
Let's
test
go
for.
buy that one. Yeah.
Because other developers may need that again in the future. So yeah, you can have a really wide variety of test systems. Whereas like if I'm developing a game, like let's say I'm developing an app, I might be able to afford to put it on a couple devices, but that's it. I if someone like if let's say you have Like your phone is a specific version of Android that none of the devices I have use, and you have this problem. And I go, well, it must be something like that, but I just can't deal with it. Like I can't figure out why it's a problem. All I can do is guess and change things and go, hey, did that improve? I'm not going to have the resources to do more than that.
That's why people that develop game consoles is so much easier.
Yep, because every system's the same.
It has to work on this console. That's it.
Now there is like, if you're developing a game, it can get really complicated for a computer. But if you're using some really tried and tested part of basic computer software, you usually can get away with a lot more because you're not stressing anything. So you're staying within the safety margins, and that's been tested enough that you don't have to be the guy to figure out, wait, where did things break here? It'll still happen sometimes, but a lot less.
Less money has to be put in.
Yeah. But it's like, because some people develop like free software that they spend no time maintaining, none of that stuff, but it always works well because it just uses some really simple core functions. It's not accessing any advanced features of video cards or of like motherboards or any of that stuff. So then that's a lot easier.
You're right. There's no way I can bring all this with. Cart is full of rock, wood, and a bit of copper. Everything else is going to fit my end.
This is the tomb that never ends. Goes on
Kind
and
of.
on, my friends. Some people started digging, not knowing what it was. And they'll keep on digging forever, because this is the tomb that never ends. I am a little baffled with how long this tomb just keeps on going. Like, I'm getting lost in this thing. Not complaining, because it has iron the entire way through.
I am pretty sure there's another room behind this one. Oh, no, we're good. It's just an alcove.
Like at this point, I was ready for it to continue on. I was kind of surprised at both of these dead ends.
Well, at least you get lots of iron out of it.
Yeah, I think we've gotten at least 60 to 80 iron out of this one already. We're going to be over 100 iron, I think, by the time we leave this mine total. Like it's... Because I think I've done 2 runs into it already, and this is my 3rd run, and I'm going to leave with 30.
Yeah, I'm thinking this is going to be a boat trip soon.
I mean, this is the last tomb on this continent. So once we bring this back to the teleporter, it will be time for a boat trip, and then
Nice.
we will be smelting all that. Which should hopefully give us enough iron to do the remaining armor for both Juan and Jess.
Get away from my cart, Jackal.
Alright, every tomb on this continent checked off.
Nice.
Well, apparently he actually listened.
Yeah, I think all of us have... We should all have level 2 chest, but I think that is it.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I am like rocking full iron.
Yeah, but we expect that.
Because I'm just better than everyone. I deserve the best.
Sure.
Yeah.
And you probably just cheated it in.
Yes,
Yeah.
I just cheated in, like the boars. Just spawn in armor. 2-star armor. Good to go. I mean, 4-star armor. We're good to go. Once a cheater, always a cheater. Is that what they say?
It is what they say. telling my nephew that I make the games harder. I cheat the games to make them harder. Could not understand.
Nephew down in
Yeah,
yeah, okay.
it's like I like making the games harder. I actually cheat to make the games harder. What?
I don't cheat to make games harder. I cheat to tailor the difficulty. Like I love starting with nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Yep.
In games where they're like, oh, so you start with like $100,000. I'm like, how about we start with $5? What's the lowest amount of dollars I can start with and not actually be like, no, you just literally can't play the game.
I literally do that with Farming Sim.
Mhm.
I make the economy the hardest possible. I make it so that I have zero money. Make it so that I cheat in, I sell all the equipment the game starts with,
Yeah.
and then cheat the money out of it. So I only have a very, very, very small tractor, basic
Just the basic equipment.
equipment.
Yeah. Well, so that's actually the way I would like to play Farming Simulator is kind of the way you play Truck Simulator is um, start with nothing. Basically, you can work for someone else. That's all you can do.
Yes. On maps that do contracts, you exactly that.
Yeah. Basically, just be like, nope, I'm going to start with just
$0 and
working
zero
for someone
equipment.
else, and then I will save that money up.
Buy a property and then buy a tractor and then yep.
So that's the one thing I kind of feel like, and it shouldn't be in American Truck Simulator because it's not the right game for it. But I want to be able to buy something. I want basically when I make enough money that I can be done with my money. I want to have something to spend my money on. And it doesn't make sense for like American Truck Simulator to be able to like buy sports cars and houses. That doesn't. It adds crap that doesn't help the game, so they shouldn't do it. But that was the thing that made GTA Online actually a ton of fun to play. Because yeah, you sit there, right, like you could be running like really weird missions. Like sometimes I would literally be sitting there doing essentially American Truck Simulator, where you basically would like be picking up cargo and dropping cargo. That's literally what I'm doing to earn money. But then once you sat there and you're like, what are you actually doing with this money? There was an answer. There was a case of, oh well, what you're going to do with the money? You're going to
Just mention.
basically you're going to buy a sports car, go buy some fancy, buy a house overlooking the ocean, stuff like that. So that was the thing that made GTA kind of cool, where it was like, it always felt like there was something you wanted money for, so there was always some reason to work, even when you sat there and go, well, are these missions getting kind of samey? Maybe, but there's still always something to. There's always some reason you're working for it, so I felt like it was good. But some games that sort of idea makes sense, some games not. Like a game like Stardew Valley. It makes sense for you to be able to improve your make infinite improvements to your farmhouse, because the game's all about that. It wouldn't make sense if like you could suddenly buy like a Lamborghini in Stardew Valley. It doesn't fit the game. But by its very nature, there are things for you to always put your money into. So that's it. In American Truck Simulator, the problem I have is once your company just starts to kind of spool up and make its own money,
You're filthy rich and know where to spend the money.
Yeah, I don't know what to do anymore. And I feel like the game breaks in my mind because I'm making money. This was the entire point, was to make money. But I've bought all the things and there's nothing left to spend money on anymore.
Usually when with like my farming sim game, that's the point where I go, okay, I guess it's time to start a new game because
yeah,
it's got too easy.
I got bored. Yep.
Nothing to do here
the challenge
anymore.
is gone. Yeah, then that's the whole thing of and that's where games like Factorio and Satisfactory really just work so well for me. Is you start with nothing.
And you scale up like
Yeah,
Huge.
yeah. You basically, and that's the thing. Like, whatever your like starting goal is, whatever goal the game gives you, by the time that you sit there and go, no, I don't know what to do anymore, you've accomplished that goal. Like in Factorio, the goal of the game is to be able to launch a rocket, to be able to leave the planet, because you crash land on the planet. So the entire goal is to be able to scale up production, so to be able to build a rocket, get into space. Um, by the point where you're like, yeah, I don't know what to do anymore, that's a pretty simple thing to do.
They
Um,
should let you get that rocket and then blast off out of there, immediately crash on a different planet that's slightly.
Different. That would be that'd be interesting. I feel like that'd be good.
Good way to do a sequel
All
that
right.
way.
Yeah. All right.
Alrighty, alrighty.
Alrighty. All right. All right. All right.
Guess Michael abandoned us, saying
How
goodbye.
dare he?
What lasers is something's bugged?
Something's bugged out.
Oh, apparently the card cannot go over thistles.
Oh. Hmm. That's kind of amusing.
Can't pick him up, but that's okay. All I have to do is pick him and then abandon. I see thistles, pick him up.
Yeah. It's Ghost Bear is busy blowing things up with 80-ton behemoth with lots of firepower or punching them. Is that Mech Warrior or is that what game are you playing? I think 80 tons is about the right weight range for Mech Warrior. Yeah, Mech Warrior 5, okay. I'm sitting there, I'm like trying to remember what the weight categories of different mech games are, because I'm like, that has to be a mech game. I mean, I guess it could be a battleship game. Battleships are definitely out of that, like they're much bigger than 80 tons, but like, actually, now I need to know. How heavy are destroyers? Because I'm pretty sure they're going to be like over 1,000 tons. Like, how heavy is an 80 ton? Like, or how big would an 80 ton ship be? Yeah, like a destroyer is around 10,000 pounds. Or sorry, 10,000 tons.
I remember playing the original
You remember playing the original what?
Mech Warrior. Very original.
I never played the original Mech Warrior.
Um, Fred, you remember Mike? He
Yeah.
loved Mech Warrior.
Yeah, so I remember, I think Mike lent a copy of a game called Heavy Core to you. I remember playing a lot of that. Or was it
Remember that?
Heavy Gear? Might have been Heavy Gear. It was a very Mech Warrior-ish game without actually being Mech Warrior. Because Mech Wars Warrior was one of those games that you need like a special controller to play realistically.
Hey, did you know there's a 1-star boar outside?
Yeah, but that's a 1-star. That's inferior to the 2-star boars that we cheated in.
He's very nice and tame.
I don't even like how long ago like what must that be from? I think we just have wild pigs that they're breeding that are tame simply because their
Tame.
ancestors were tame.
We have tame
Hey,
pigs.
you can just walk up and you can pet him. He's very relaxed.
That's it. There needs to be a way to bring tame animals in, because then we would have had so much less with our two-star boar problem. Because there was two-star boars out there that were tame, just no good way to bring them home most of the time.
Yeah, yeah. The mechanics of the game are broken a little.
Yeah, like the whole thing is they don't make the thing that the game's not focused about easy, which is fine, but it does also the game does kind of rely on you being able to do these things, so they should make it possible to do.
They're working on chickens. Working on chicken. How about you fix the stuff that's here first and then work on chickens?
So one of the games that I'm really looking forward to is called. Nah, I'm blanking on it. Of course I'm going to do this. Come on, brain. Because it is.
Is it Pal World?
No, I have high hopes for that game, but I'm not going to hold my breath. It's basically Pokemon, except you can exploit animals in relatively horrific ways. But like without the like, oh no, it's innocent and cute subtext. But no, it's a game called Nightingale. But basically think Victorian survival game. So think Valheim, except your characters are from Victorian era sci-fi London. So steampunk London rather than Vikings. Which honestly, I that sounds like an aesthetic that I'll be happy with. But either way, one of the things about it is a survival game like this, except for you can have villagers that will do things. So that means that you can actually, basically, you can automate some of the early game resource gathering and item refinement. So I really look forward to that. I'm really hoping it's going to be a game, basically mix games like this with having some very automation-like features.
So Mech Warrior 5 has really good mods or good DLCs. Okay.
Yeah, Mech Warrior seems to be one of those series that has done really good with releasing DLCs that actually are not just we withheld part of the game and released it after as a DLC, or we added DLC but it's useless and you honestly probably shouldn't get it. There's very few companies who are doing good DLC.
Farming Sim has that. Like, sure, get the DLC, but you're not really getting anything out of it.
Because that is,
I swear the game is handicapped deer. Because they keep just running straight in my face, so I just take my mace and hitting them.
They have moments where they kind of behave like that, and there's other moments where they're better, but yeah, deer have had better moments. Yeah, I'm trying to think what the game that's had DLC that I've cared about last, and I'm honestly not sure. That was one thing. So one thing that I liked about the way that most Paradox games do DLC is if you're playing multiplayer, whoever hosts that DLC is the only DLC that matters.
Man, more games need to do that. Whoever is hosting, all the mods, DLCs, automatically just get downloaded on the other people that's joining. The temporary file, download these onto those computers. As long as the host has bought the DLCs, I would buy every single farming DLC if that was the case.
Yep.
Oh, if I buy it, anybody can join? Yeah, done.
Yep.
It would motivate people to join my games. can't afford all those DLCs, but hey, if I join this game, play with those DLCs. That
Yep.
would be
So
a
that is,
great way to make games better.
I have a dream of playing a Crusader Kings game with friends. Because that just seems like one of those games that would be a ton of fun. Because it's, a lot of ways it's a war game, but it's not as simple as I build up troops and attack my enemy. I need to make a reason for why, I need to make an excuse for why I can attack my enemy, and I can also only take so much from them even after winning the war. And also, like, I might end up declaring war on you for the right to be your king. So one of those things where like it's a very different sort of game in that way.
Okay, so mech. So if you join co-op, Ghost Bear says if you join co-op on Mech Warrior 5, you're using the mechs that he has in his garage.
Yeah, actually now that
So
you mention it, I think I remember that being...
that's a good way of doing
Yeah.
DLCs. Yep, that's a good way of doing DLC.
Yeah.
Basically, whoever's hosting.
And I remember some people complaining about it, and I'm like, I don't know how you would, like, because it's a game that has a story, and I'm like, I don't know how else you would do a game like that that doesn't cause problems. Like, that's the... Realistically, it's probably one of the better ways to do that.
And the only reason game makers don't do it is greed. They want all parties involved to buy the DLC.
That's the thing. Game developers would do it. Game studios don't want to. Or
Yeah.
game publishers, sorry. Game publishers don't want to. Game publishers are all about... Because game publishers are run by...
It's in the game.
Yeah. Like, that's where, like, EA is all about how do we get the most money out of this game. Whereas the developers of said game, like, DICE just wants to make the best Battlefield game. They don't care about how to milk the most money out of it. That's where game developers are artists, game producers are bankers. And when you have game producers who don't play games, it results in bad games. Because they're like, well, why don't we just do this? Like, that's how the whole Dungeons and Dragons fiasco happened.
Yep. Somebody wanted to make money.
Hasbro goes, this is like a massive untapped market. We could just charge, like, we could just, like, we're giving away stuff for free. Why are we giving stuff away for free? And it's like, because that's how you get people to get hooked on your game to begin with.
That's how you get the massive following. Well, some
I'm
people
very annoyed because that new Golden Vault one looks really, really cool. But I can't justify buying it anymore.
Why not?
Because they've proven they're willing to be dicks. Why support them?
That, mostly. Like, I will still buy it from Independence. But I'm not sure I want to buy from Wizards of the Coast right now.
Yeah, I'm definitely giving at least like a year before I buy anything from Wizards of the Coast.
Was there a change of management or...
Hasbro bought them.
So, when Hasbro bought them, all of a sudden, the marketing changed.
Well,
the reason they bought...
So literally some of the people who were with Wizards of the Coast when the current used OGL was written, basically were saying that if the only reason that the OGL could technically possibly be repealed is because legally the language at the time when they wrote it, basically you didn't have to say that it couldn't be repealed. So simply saying that this is a thing forever was good enough. You didn't ever have to say that this can't be undone. But now legal language has changed, and you have to specify that this is not basically this is a permanent thing. And that little wiggle room is what they were trying to use to go, well, we are not going to listen, like we're not going to respect the original agreement because we can unauthorize the original agreement. And it's like, no, there's no language that says you can.
That's like that video editing program that was having the same...
Yeah, I feel like theirs is actually worse though.
They
because
basically sold lifetime membership. You get all future upgrades.
yeah,
These aren't upgrades. These are, yeah. I forgot what they called them, but they gave them a new name.
and the part that really annoys me with that is they could still have done it. They just need to call it basically basically product number 2. That's all they need to do to be able to do that. Basically, we're no
But
longer updating product number 1, but we're now going to sell you the new improved product number 2.
the thing is, though, how many people actually bought the lifetime membership? Not a lot of people.
Like not
There's
enough
hundreds.
that
There's
it's
hundreds.
worth, yeah, not enough that it's worth doing basically.
You're going to give your brand new version out to hundreds, maybe thousands of people.
Mhm.
And those thousands of people preach your program like the best program in the world.
Yep.
Why not just give it to them for free? Because just because your marketing has changed, don't sell that program to new people. But the original people that paid for the lifetime upgrades, just give it to them. They're going to preach your name as positive advertising for the rest of ever.
But some executives sitting in their penthouse goes, "We have untapped opportunity here. Basically, we can dig some more money out of this if we do this." And it's like, and this is how those CEOs get their bonuses, by just
Yes,
digging out a little bit more. And a lot of these CEOs, they don't stay at a company for a long time because of the choices they make are not good long-term choices.
because it burns the company in the long run, but in the short term, they get their big bonus and then they move on.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And that's where it's
that's they need to write those contracts better.
well, and that's where part of the problem with way a lot of companies are run, and the same thing with politics right now, is everyone's there for like a 5-year plan at best. No one's sitting there being like, well, is this what's best for the company, or is this what's best for the country in 50 years? It goes, what gets me reelected or what gets me my bonus?
Yeah,
That's what matters.
and that's all that matters.
Yeah.
Right now, this year is all that matters.
Yeah.
Um, did someone take all the wood out of here? And all the rock?
I think Jess used a lot of rock. I would assume anyway.
No! Go to that cart that just barely showed up. You, yes, you built rock. See. The walls have been up. More rock. You see the rock in the cart? Not. Full of rocks. Got significant rock. And wood, if that's what you...
Rock and wood and rock. One thing that I'm kind of glad at least has started to die is the way that loot boxes were being done there for a bit, where it's like, really the only way to make progress in this game is to gamble real money. And that's just incredibly dumb.
What?
Like loot boxes?
Valheim?
What about
Huh?
Valheim?
What are you talking about?
Me?
Yes.
No, so there for a while, what was like getting really popular to do, and like mostly it was games like Battlefield and Modern Warfare or Call of Duty. Was that basically you could spend, basically while you were playing the game, you'd earn these like chances to like open a chest, but you could also pay real money for those chests, and that box could have a rare thing in it. So you would have to spend to really be able to unlock all the things, like Battlefront 2 had it so that you could open these boxes, and there was a small chance that you would unlock a new character to play. The thing is that meant that to have a realistic chance of unlocking characters you want to play, like say someone like Darth Vader, you'd have to play for 40 hours or spend some real money until you basically open enough boxes to have earned them.
Basically, forcing you to buy.
Yeah.
Spend real money.
Basically turning it into pay-to-win sort of situation. Because these are like, it's like this is not just cosmetic anymore. This is, you're unlocking characters that play differently. Is Darth Vader better than other characters? Maybe not, but it's still a case of people wanting Darth Vader is not simply just a, well, he looks cool. It is, he actually plays differently than other things. That is content in a game that they have paid for that they can't get. Unless they're willing to fork out more money or invest ridiculous amounts of hours in the game. But basically Europe looked at that and went, oh, so you're letting kids spend money in games to have a chance to unlock something? That sounds like gambling.
Mm.
And so that's kind of dying. And I'm like, that's good. I'm glad European laws are at least making video games better. Same way European laws are why USB-C is taking over.
Yeah. Yeah. USB-C. I don't know. I see that on both points of view. PC.
It shouldn't be required. But it's also, it's not it's basically the reason why it's required is because companies have proven what they'll do if it's not.
I like USB-C. I wish
Yep.
that my cables worked everywhere. As a consumer, that's awesome. But how did we get here in the first place? How did we get to the better USB?
Yeah, you need new
You have
cables being run.
innovation. You have innovation, new things being.
Yeah. But also the way the laws are currently written, it doesn't stop a USB-D from being developed. It just stops every company from being like, this is totally not USB-C. We made it different. Therefore, you can only use ours. Because that's what they were like. Every phone had its own. Like, do you remember the time where every phone had its own charger,
Yeah.
and you could only use that charger with it?
Yeah. But even now, USB-C is not just USB-C. There's still caveat.
Yep.
Gonna grab that rock out of there. Or... I will inside.
So my cat has been hanging out with me for like the last hour and a half or so, just chilling on the couch. And I'm relatively certain either my house is being broken into or my mom's home, because he just went running for the front door. Glad to see I'm the second favorite.
Yeah. New person is always the favorite person, usually.
Right?
Well, so when I came to your place after vacation,
Mm-hmm.
cats didn't give a.
Yep,
You're a
that's
person that
cats.
don't care. Don't care. Don't care that somebody just walked in and my owners haven't been around forever.
Yep, that was about the response we got.
You didn't hit the sweet spot where you were gone just long enough, but not too long.
Yep.
You know, they forgot your existence.
That is, I think other people got more affection out of our cats for our absence than we did after returning. But it is kind of amusing. Mary definitely carries a grudge. If you have wronged her by being way too long or whatever else it is that you may have done to wrong her, she will withhold the opportunity to pet her. She is a very fickle cat. Pippin, however, is just like, you know what, I would like tummy rubs. You will do.
I would like the affection, sir. Proceed. Except for I feel like that's far too distinguished for your cat.
Yeah, he seems a bit more of a rub my tummy.
Very much so.
Trying to think of Pippin as a distinguished cat would be harmful to my brain.
All right.
Is it really alright? Or is this just a lie that we tell ourselves?
What's that song? Such a good song. About lie to ourselves. All right. Jess, you remember the song? Something about how we always lie about how somebody asks how we're doing. The answer is it's okay.
That was actually one of the things that came up about a month and a half ago, I think, at work, where my store manager was kind of discussing that some people have a bad attitude. I won't disagree with this. And she was like, for example, you know, if I ask you how you are, you shouldn't be able to just go, eh. And I was like, but that's an answer. And furthermore, you don't get to know how I am till I trust you. Just because I say I'm fine doesn't mean I am.
That's the entire thing. The reason I answer I'm fine isn't because I am or am not. It's because I don't want to deal with telling you how my day is actually going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't even care if my day is going great. You are not the person I want to have a discussion about my day, because if I'm like, I'm doing fantastic, and you go, well, why? I don't want to talk to you about it.
Yeah.
Truth Be Told. Song is called Truth Be Told.
That's a terrible idea. Never do that.
I think the line is truth to be told, something about it's not. We don't tell the truth.
We're trained at an early age that it's a bad idea. Yeah, I'm trying to think. When did we? At what age did we develop the thought process of owning our mistakes?
Oh yeah, there we go. Line number 1 is you're supposed to have it all together. Line number 2 is everybody's life is perfect except for yours. Yeah. I think it's a very uplifting song going, hey, yeah. Shit's not perfect.
If everything's perfect, you should be checking your medication. It might be a little too strong. You might want to dial back on some of the pills.
Ah, um, churches. Churches have this sign often that says, come as you are. And if that's the truth, the pews would be full.
Yeah.
The sign's bullshit.
So, excuse me.
My bridge is... Built a bridge here. Why is it... Bridge. It won't let me let go of the cart. Okay,
Sounds
I'll
like some
just...
first world problems right there.
There we go. Trying to fight the goblin. Whatever.
Okay, we've got a wee bit of iron to smelt through here.
Tiny bit.
It's going to take these two smelters quite some time to work through it all.
You see the new wall there? Crying out loud.
This one right here? Yeah.
Should keep
This
people
was,
out from the
yeah,
water.
this was, I'm like, I should, basically, this was a section of wall where I'm like, I should do something like this, but then time happens.
Looks kind of decent.
Well, I'm going to take a moment to AFK here real quick.
Illegal.
Make sure you guys have some good, entertaining conversation while I'm gone.
Ooh.
So we're talking about James's childhood, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Remember
Just
in
all the bad
childhood,
stuff he ever did.
As the younger brother, I didn't know. I'd have no childhood stories because I just for shit. Because everything he did, I did better. So fine, I'll just punch you to death.
That is an option.
Where's my car? You're gonna get off? Probably gonna get off soon. Go to work. Way too early tomorrow.
Yeah.
As in, I would like to leave tomorrow afternoon. But there's a snowstorm coming through the mountain. Feel like missing a ferry to the island would probably be frowned on. The ferry is what, over $500? Over $500 for the ferry. Yeah, for a ferry ride for big rigs. So I should probably not miss the appointment. Yeah, it's one way.
I mean, that is a little bit pricey, yeah.
It's oversized load, so it's really expensive.
I feel like, because we were talking about customers earlier, that's one thing that's always entertained me, like when the highways broke. And we'd have people coming into our location looking to get, like, a coffee. And by that, I don't mean coffee.
How dare you say that about me?
Right? And they'd be stunned that we had no milk. And I'm like, there's no milk in the grocery store. Why do you think my location would have milk? And we had people tell us to go to the grocery store to pick it up. I was like, I
Like
don't think
we literally would if we could. Yeah, they don't understand how tight the line is
yeah.
between having product and not having.
Well, and at that point too, the store manager I had, who's a different one than I currently have, he was one of those people that is very conscious of like waste.
Yeah.
And so our pars were so tight, we would run out of milk normally before the truck came in. Like, he was going to Superstore just across the way and buying milk for us to get through it the last day, which is not the best way to do it, but whatever. So yeah, when it came down to it, we were like, haha, we were running out to start with, and the truck's not coming now.
Yep. Just in time delivery. Just in time delivery works great when everything goes right.
So I feel like, honestly, like main food chains, like say like McDonald's and stuff like that, honestly should be fine on a just-in-time delivery, because they're really looking for making margins work out. They're not looking for like, if they have like things happen, why not just go, yep, nope, can't do it because truck didn't come through. But for the businesses where it's like, no, we strive for reliability, it's too dangerous.
Well, and I feel like that's the problem, is my workplace is somewhere in between the two, where, in my personal opinion, we're a lot closer to McDonald's than they'd like to admit. I mean, yeah.
No one wants to get there closer to Walmart than.
And this is the thing, is actually one of my store manager the other day, he was like, oh, and fast food, and then like immediately backtracked. And I was like, oh no, call it what it is. We're fast food.
Yep, that's all that you are, essentially.
What do you do?
You are a ways from your mic, sir.
Oh.
There you go.
Better?
That's a lot better.
I think it accidentally turned down my mic volume.
But yeah, we're fast food, and so even when there was milk in the grocery stores, like, we had people being like, let's go to the grocery store, and I'm like, I'm not taking milk from like children. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, I'm not taking it from families in need just so you can have a latte. Calm down, Karen.
Yeah. But that's one of the things of people really get hung up when you remove their luxuries, more so than when there's like the real risk of losing
my luxuries are more important than somebody else's actual needs.
Yeah.
Yep. That's the way some people just think. It's, I don't care about you, I just care about me getting what I want. Why should little Timmy get milk today when I can't have my latte because I just literally don't care about anyone else?
So I feel like this is not a super funny story, but I'm also kind of amused by it. One of the things we've been asked to do, which I agree and disagree with, is to stop talking about customer drinks. I agree with it for the fact that sometimes some people make fun of customer drinks, and even if it's not something I would drink, I don't feel like you should make fun of somebody else's tastes. The bad part of it was we had this lady come in who was the mom to one of our regulars, and she was like, oh, I'm picking up an order for so-and-so. And I was like, oh, I know that name. I know who this is. I know their drink. And I was like, well, you didn't seem to send it here. Maybe you sent it the other location. And normally what we would do is just offer to replace the drink. Like, we don't care. So I'm like, I can make the drink, just remind me what it is. And this woman had not a clue, which is fair. And so I was like, hey, does anybody know so-and-so's drink? Like, I think I know, I'm pretty sure, but I'm not. And nobody would answer me.
We're not allowed to talk about it.
Like, this is so frustrating because I should be able to say so-and-so's drink.
I would like to help this customer out. I would like to provide customer service here.
Yeah. The good thing that that customer ended up coming in the next day and actually thanked me for, quote unquote, saving their drink from their mother. And I was like, okay, did I make it right? Because I could not fully remember. Their drink is highly modified. And they were like, oh, it was perfect. So I don't actually know if it was, but I tried.
Yeah, I feel like that's probably some malicious compliance on part of your coworkers being like,
What's the
no.
thing? Like, I can't tell, or if it was just everyone was like, we're too busy, or... And I was just like, all I'm trying to do is get so-and-so's drink.
Yep.
But on the other side of that, we have a person who comes in the mornings. He left us for quite a while. We were all very happy. And he mutters, which is not a sin, but he comes through drive-through and he expects you to know his order. And this has been a conversation that I have fought several times. I don't believe anyone should expect their order to be known. I believe always be ready to give your order. Now, if you are nice to us, I will memorize your order. I have a handful of people whose order I do remember. I might even know a couple of their names. Mostly I don't remember names. He is not nice. He is mean. He swears at us. He's difficult. And I was like, oh, so so-and-so's back. I will say that this gentleman has one name, and we purposely call him a combination of two names because he mutters so much that somebody thought his name was one name, and then he corrected them like 3 months later by screaming at them. So now we call him a combination of the two names because we're petty. And I was like, oh, so so-and-so's back. And my one of my shift supervisors was like, oh yeah, well, he left because people were handling his cup in a way that, like, their hands were all over where you drink, and that's just not appropriate. No, he left because he showed up one morning. It was one of our older ladies working. And he goes, are you the person who served me yesterday? And she goes, I don't know, I might have been. And he drove away without talking to her. And I know that because I was there. And he left for like 3 months. We were, again, very happy about this.
Yeah, petty beggars.
Mm-hmm.
Choosy beggars, petty.
Yeah. Well, and it's not even that his drinks, like, if his drink was a mocha, that's one thing. What he gets is half dark roast, half medium roast. I think there's 2 shots in there. And then he gets a medium in a large cup. And then he wants a small cup of milk on the side and 5 brown sugars. I think. I'm pretty sure what his order is. It's been a while because I try not to memorize it. And he won't tell you that. He'll just drive up and he'll go, it's me. And I'm like... So the first time I dealt with him, he actually left for 3 months because I was like, I don't know who you are.
Yeah. Pisses me off when people think that they are so special that you should remember them.
Well, and there's an easy way to handle it. We've got some people who come through and they'll be like, hey, it's so-and-so. And you're like, hey, so-and-so. I'm pretty sure this is your drink. Can you just double check for me?
Yeah.
Like, it's super easy. You just be friendly and you don't get upset if somebody's not sure. Because I have a couple people who do that where they'll come through and they'll be like, hi, and oh, you're new or whatever. Because there's a couple people I've gotten after. Ironically, there's a James who comes through. And I've gotten... Well, what's really, really funny is because I talk about you at work. They actually thought I was friends with him.
Oh.
So
That
they were
is
like,
funny.
"So you hang out with James?" And I'm like, "No, I hang out with the James I know. This James I just yell at for being a jerk."
Yeah, you hang out with that James. That James does not drink coffee. I
I
mean,
want to argue this James doesn't drink coffee, but he actually kind of does.
I mean, the closest I get to ordering anything from a coffee shop is hot chocolate.
Yeah,
That's not even like remotely coffee. I guess it is still a hot drink.
it's the only true thing anyone should order from a coffee shop, in my opinion.
Oh, really?
I mean, coffee's
I
bad.
drink espresso to help with my migraines. It doesn't mean I actually like coffee.
I like hot chocolate. If it's done right.
Oh yeah, we've gone on the search for the best hot chocolate. It is not my store.
So the only store I'm aware of in town that uses actual chocolate for their hot chocolate is Blends.
Yeah.
But there might be others.
They are opening up a second cup, and I'm kind of curious.
Yeah. Now the downside is if you let your hot chocolate cool down, it just turns into chocolate.
Yeah, it turns into sludge.
Into solid-ish chocolate. Because it is not just like powder dissolved into the drink. It is going to return to being chocolate. So, not the end of the world, just something you have to be aware of if you're not expecting it. No one appreciates their drink suddenly becoming solid.
Yeah. Yep. All of a sudden it's lumpy. It's like, what the heck is this?
See, you say this, but it is actually a thing, like when I was in Italy, where you can order a cioccolata calda, and I apologize for anyone who actually speaks Italian. My Italian's terrible. It's been a while. But it's a hot chocolate, and you either get what we would expect, or you get like liquid chocolate in a cup and a spoon, and it's like a liquid chocolate pudding,
Oh.
and it is so good. Like, I think they put a bit of cornstarch in there, so it really thickens it up, and it is essentially a dessert at that point.
It's more like a half brownie, mixed between a brownie and a drink.
Yeah, as I said, like, very much if chocolate pudding was served hot, that would probably be as close as you get, which kind of sounds terrible, but it's actually really nice.
I have come bearing presents.
What kind of present?
The presents are pants.
Take your pants. You want my pants back?
I mean, I don't really want them, but I may as well carry them back.
I've a cart full of junk just down the
Yep.
road.
Yeah,
Okay.
you may as well throw your pants at me.
My pants.
Do you need anything else taken from your cart?
Whatever you want to take. If you have rock, leave rock.
I mean, I don't need, like, I don't have anything I need to drop. I don't have anything.
Whatever
gonna
you
go
want
back
out
to
of the
base.
cart, feel free to take it.
Other side of the bridge, or
Yeah, it's on the other side of the bridge. It's a little way down the road. I was collecting rock.
I mean, I assume Jess is logged off for the evening.
She did just a little bit ago.
There's also pants for her, but they'll just go in a chest.
Oh, throwing my cart? Bastard. Shep disappear again?
Nope, Shep's here. I'm just smelting.
This smelt it. There's a
Put the work in, and one day I might have pants.
Well, I guess, yeah, if you need pants, you can take the second pair of pants since Jess has abandoned us.
No, it's all good. There's a lot of iron. I'm gonna just keep smelting, and we'll see where we get.
I mean, mostly you may take as well take the pair of pants so that they don't get forgotten.
Fair.
Otherwise, we'll later on be like, why are these pants here?
while we've all upgraded to something bigger and better.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't wait for silver. Not because it's necessarily better for me, but because of the glow stick.
Aesthetics are important.
I mean, I really want to see what the crystal axe looks like, because that was not a thing they had before.
Hallelujah.
Okay, I'm gonna throw meta leggings at you.
Thank you.
If you want to toss copper legs at me, I can grab them.
Grabbing people's legs.
All about grabbing people's legs, but only if they're copperish. Gotta get have you on that bronzer.
We just had a lawsuit.
Safe. If you don't upset somebody, you're doing something wrong.
Certainly the truth about.
Doesn't mean they don't have a legitimate reason to be mad at you though. That is always, it amuses me is when people are doing a thing like run a YouTube channel or as an artist or whatever it is that they do, and it's like the first indication that hey, people really pay attention to what you do to some extent is the first time somebody takes the time to tell you they hate what you do.
Mm-hmm.
The moment someone goes, I hate this enough that I want to tell this person that I hate what they do, is a moment of, hey, people actually pay attention. It's a beautiful thing.
There is a person out there who crochets hats for their dogs and does like silly little skits with them. And recently released one, and they're like, so these are the ways I abuse my animals according to the internet. And I'm kind of laughing because I'm like, looking at these dogs are very content dogs. Sassy, but content. And I'm thinking of other animal channels that I have seen where I'm like, oh, I do not like this.
Yeah.
And this lady's is not one of those.
I know Matt's off-road recovery. He gets shit all the time for his dog. His dogs are very well trained, but he will let his dogs out and let them run along the trails while they're out driving the trails, and these dogs are just barreling along. It's like you're being so cruel to the dogs. They get to run outside in the nature and enjoy themselves, and they're getting hot,
Yeah.
and thirsty, and all this, and torturing your dogs. It's like, he goes, my dogs literally come back to his off-road recovery vehicle when they're ready to come back in. They will come up to the vehicle. He opens the door. They jump in. The dogs know when they're tired.
So I was actually talking about that recently. I took the dog I mentioned before, the one who was dog aggressive, out for a good long walk because at that point I was trying to see like how much of it was maybe boredom or whatever. We were trying to figure out what was going on with him. And it does get hot here, but it was not a hot enough day where it was like I was dying. And it was kind of early, like late spring. And I took him out and we went out for like an hour and a half, got him home, and he just kind of dropped and was doing these heavy pants. And immediately my brother was like, "Oh, you took him out like way too long. Look at him, he's way too hot." And I was like, "That is anxiety, bro. That is not exhaustion. That is, he has been stressed this whole time. And now he is safe, and he's just going to get that out of him."
Yeah. Yeah. People don't understand what dogs want.
Yeah.
Like, these dogs are very, very happy and content. Leave the poor guy alone.
Well, and the as with most things, it's the danger of the person who half knows what they're talking about. Like the people who just don't understand animals at all is its own problem, but they're usually not going to make idiot comments because they literally have no clue what they're talking about. There are some exceptions. But then there are the people who know a little bit, and then they go running with the little bit they know. And the same thing with like people who know cars. Like there are people who will basically go on these big long speeches about you used 530 in your car that's supposed to have 520. It's going to have like messed everything up and blah blah. It's like, you know what? As a mechanic, if you use the wrong oil in your car, it's going to do literally nothing. It's going to be fine. It really, like, this is one of those things that does not matter. There are things that matter. This is not one of them. But people, for some reason, when they got half an idea, get really stuck on, oh yeah, this matters.
A thicker oil will just take longer to warm up.
Yeah.
Or it needs to be warmer before it's as...
But
yeah.
like, in the difference between like 530 and 520, we're talking tiny amounts. The reason why 520 is what's mandated is because it saves you a tiny amount of fuel.
It's a fuel economic thing, yeah.
It does less for engine wear than anything else. It is still, like, you should still run the oil your car recommends. You're actually going to have a engine that has, the oil pressure is going to be, basically it's going to have an easier time maintaining the oil pressure it wants. But functionally, we're talking tiny amounts.
Now, it would make a difference if you are in extreme temperature.
I mean, yeah, but at that point, the difference between 530 and 520 won't matter. You need something more extreme as an oil.
Yes, yeah.
At that point.
In extreme temperatures on extreme machines, the type of oil you need will be different. But a typical running car, it's not going to make a damn difference.
Yeah, the same way like nitrogen. Nitrogen is better than air if you are like talking about Formula One cars and airplane tires and things that are under extremely high, like extremely rough working conditions. But when you're talking about, you know, stuff like you're like the tires of a Civic, it just doesn't matter. It just does not matter at all. Nitrogen will make no functional difference.
I believe it does. I found it made a difference.
What difference did you notice?
When my truck tires were nitrogen, I ignored the tires. I never topped them off.
Okay.
When they're air now, maybe once a year I have to go, oh, they're starting to get a little low on air pressure.
Yeah.
But functionally, almost.
Well, the whole thing is basically 78% of the air is already nitrogen.
Yeah, yeah. So, I found it made a slight difference, the fact that I could ignore tire pressure.
The entire thing is like, The nitrogen still loses air. Oxygen will be lost from tire. Nitrogen gets lost at 1% slower rate than oxygen. So like a regular tire with just air will lose air about 1% slower.
Hmm. I know. I just ignored the sensor would never go off that I was low on air pressure.
Yeah.
And now that I have air in the tires, the sensor does go off. Also, they're different tires, so it might be that too.
Well, and the tire thing is there is a certain amount of air your valve stem is allowed to leak before it is considered a problem. What you building?
Mostly I'm just taking a look at what things cost.
Okay. I have built helmets.
Nice.
I'm just working on upgrading the helmets. I just wanted to make sure that you didn't like build a helmet and me sitting there like, but now we have more helmets than we need.
Oh no, I was kind of like, okay, so like starting to think about like upgrading, and so I was just checking out what it costs.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I realized you gave me level 2 pants.
Yep.
Okay, I need a rip. What?
Yeah, I was about to say actually, I've only ever once had an offer for a dealership to winterize my car, and I laughed hysterically at that.
This is the Okanagan.
Yeah. But I was also like, I've owned a car before this car, and I've owned this car for a couple of years, and winterize has never come up, and that seems a bit odd to me.
In Manitoba, we would always check to make sure our
Okay.
radiator coolant was at the right.
I'm going to
Mixture.
throw an iron helmet at you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
We
like,
would make sure that the coolant mixture was right so that it wouldn't freeze over the winter.
yeah. Because yeah, if your coolant mixture wasn't right, you would basically have a dead car. Whereas here, just make sure it has coolant.
Yeah.
Just make sure it's not straight water, because sometimes that'll happen.
That was actually a question asked at my last oil change. They were like, have you gotten your coolant flushed in the last 5 years? And I was like, I'm going to assume so. I'm certainly not getting it done here. I'm just getting my car ready for a road trip. Like,
Yep.
putting oil in it because I'm lazy about that.
What's the point of doing a coolant flush?
Your coolant basically starts to get kind of cruddy. And it will start to... Well, actually, so the biggest reason why you really, really should is coolant can get more acidic as it gets older.
Basically, you're just changing the coolant.
Do you know the #1 cause of engine failure in a Dodge Viper is?
No idea.
The engine coolant basically eating the seals, specifically your head gasket.
Haha, I've played that game. That's not a fun game.
Yeah, well, and Dodge Viper is significantly worse. But anyway, but it's one of those things of because they just sit there. They never get like gummed up. They never have any of the other problems. But coolant gets more acidic as it gets older, and so that gets really hard.
Oh, you're saying Vipers don't get used?
Yeah, Vipers don't drive. So the thing that kills them more than anything else is literally the coolant getting acidic.
Have you watched the movie Ford versus Ferrari?
If I say yes, it wouldn't be a complete lie.
So, no?
I said if I said yes, it wouldn't be a complete lie.
Partial lie?
I have
Full
seen many parts of that movie and understand the entirety of the core plot. I have not watched its full runtime.
Huh. I enjoyed it.
Yep, it's one of the movies I'm like, I should watch this. So the way that I watched it was the way that I've watched most of my movies in the last little while, which is like YouTube channels that do entire movies in like 8 minutes.
Mm.
One of those little things that makes me go, yeah, maybe I should go for that ADHD diagnosis. It's just probably not the normal way to do this. I'm gonna throw a iron helmet at you on.
Okay, thanks. What am I doing with my copper
Throw it into a shallow grave.
weapon? Isn't there weapons?
I mean, we have a level 4 copper helmet that's gonna just sit here on this mannequin for a long time. Or a level 3, I don't know, whatever's the highest.
So throw it into a shallow grave. It is then.
Yeah, I kind of have
Thanks.
that realization where I'm like, oh, it's not worth saving these because
Well, you know what? I will put it here. I should put it in a chest somewhere. So that next time when you're naked and afraid, you can bring it with and then throw it in the shallow grave.
yeah, that's a good way to do it. Let it get one more like
Run
one
out
last
of it.
hurrah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's the whole like the entire story that Ford versus Ferrari is based on has always been one that I found very fascinating. So that was definitely one of those. I'm like, I should see this movie, but also I'm not going to actually take the time to watch an entire movie.
Yeah, I was going to ask, is the reason you didn't watch it is because the inconvenience of paying not easy to watch the movie for cheap, affordable price, or the 2 hours you have to put into the damn?
It's basically the 2 hours I have to sit down and watch the movie. I'm just like, nope. This is...
I watch most of my movies while I'm playing video games
Yeah,
as a second.
That's how I listen to audiobooks if I'm not playing with somebody.
yeah. Most of my audiobooks I listen to while driving. I find driving and audiobooks are a really good mix for me. Just
I
the
agree.
right level of focus. Because
I mean, on my trip down to Vancouver, because there's no one else in the car, I definitely was audiobooking, and it was really nice.
I listen to enough audiobooks that I get tired of audiobooks. Okay, I've listened to how many hours of audiobook today? It's time to take a...
Yep.
Yeah, I'll say that my trip was like maybe 5 hours, so that's a big difference.
Yeah, and it's not day after day. Like,
Yeah,
like
I
would get
picked an
tired of
audiobook
audiobooks
that was
eventually.
like about 6 and a bit hours, then I was like, okay, this will get me almost all the way there, and then on the way back I don't have to worry about it.
I tend to binge listen to my audiobooks if there's somebody that's bringing out episode, like a daily episode or something.
Yeah.
I will usually wait till there's a bunch of episodes and then binge listen. Some weeks no audiobook at all. Next week lots of audiobook.
That was for me when I was really working regularly. The way work, because I'd always have drive time at work, so that was good for audiobook. But like if I spent 4 hours in a day driving, that was one of those weird days where I'm like, man, I basically was a driver today rather than a mechanic. So yeah, I'd never be in the situation of having as much listen time as you do.
I'll do a mix of radio
Yeah, I
station.
averaged about like 4 a day at my old job, but at the same time, like even then, sometimes I understand you get to the point where you're like, "Who?
Yes,
I need
Michael,
to
we are
not."
still alive.
Hi, Michael.
I thought
You
you
vanished on us.
abandoned us, like just like Milo does.
Yeah, it left us like Milo.
Yeah, I mix audiobooks, music, talk radio every now and then, and then just hours of just dead silence.
My normal driving is usually pretty silent, or I I have the lovely neurodivergent trait where I tend to fixate on something for weeks on end. So, like my last longest trip, I was definitely listening to The Greatest Showman.
Yeah. Yeah, I tend to do the same thing, hardcore fixate on one thing, and then I get tired of it.
Yep.
Hardcore fixate on something until I'm like, I am done with this crap. And then a month later, I'll be back on the same subject. The same. All of a sudden, there's a certain
Okay, Ghost
podcast
Bear.
that
I have to
absolutely love.
ask then, have you found Goblin Core? Because everybody should listen to the Goblin Core mix.
I have not actually ever listened to it. I'm just amused by it.
I don't know what
I
the Goblin
enjoy it.
Core is.
So if you're on Spotify, there's a playlist that they make up for you. Like, they make up a lot of playlists. This one's called Goblin Core, and at least in my case, it's a lot of like indie artists along with some stuff that I already listen to. But I feel like they try to feel out your taste and then give you kind of a wacky something that will fit. I have super enjoyed mine. It's not a consistent thing for me. I do know someone who it is more consistent. But I have found some pretty great songs, including one called Let's Be Goblins. Like, I laughed when I saw that on the playlist. So some of them have moved into my favorites or moved into other playlists. And then it kind of recycles through depending on what you're listening to. But mostly it just amuses me that I'm listening to Goblin Core.
I'm very amused that goblins are kind of in at the moment. I appreciate it though.
I again, I really appreciated the songs because I was getting stuff that I hadn't heard before.
Yeah,
I always appreciate that. One of my songs was called Me Want Bite, and it was just about the urge to like eat things that look edible that aren't like cattails. And I was kind of laughing about it because that's how it starts. It's like, these are cattails. And it's like, me want bite. And I'm like, yes, we all have like, and I laugh every time that song comes on. That is one of my favorite songs.
I find when you drive as much as I do, you find out that radio stations very quickly repeat the same shit over and over and over.
Yep.
So it's like, this is an awesome radio station. I love the music. Oh, I listened to the same song 15 times now.
That's usually they're about a between a 2 and 4 hour loop.
Yeah.
If you listen less than that loop, it's great. If you listen more than that loop, it becomes a problem real fast.
I'm pretty sure Easy Rock, because my mom likes to leave the radio on for the pets. My brother tends to turn it to the country station. I tend to turn it back to Easy Rock. I can tell you what time of day it is by what song they're playing, like guaranteed in the afternoon.
So, one thing I like doing from time to time, because I just think it is really funny, is listen to music while someone else comes over, and listen to either stuff that you would normally like or stuff that you know that they would normally listen to, but replace all the songs with Simlish equivalents. Because there's a lot of artists, like Katy Perry did a bunch of her songs, but in Simlish for the Sims radio stations.
I love it. Oh my god.
And it's just been great. Like, I remember the one time that I did that, and one of our mutual friends, Aki.
Oh no.
They just were like, there was moments.
Did you make Aki explode?
There was moments where they were going like, why can't I understand the lyrics? Is this a problem with me? Like, what is going on? Because I cannot understand what is going on, but I don't know why yet.
You broke Aki. Good job.
Yeah, it was definitely salt farming that day.
Yeah, when you can make somebody else question their sanity, it's kind of.
Well, and it's one of those things where I'm like, I just find it weird where I sometimes actually really appreciate listening to a song that I know, like, I vaguely know the lyrics for this, but they're all just subtly wrong, but the song's still fully intact. It's kind of glorious. It can be like
That was
part
actually
of
the
the
thing
brain.
about the performance of Savage Daughter. Is it's not the lyrics I know. So I'm
Yeah,
like, I know the chorus, but I don't know these lyrics, and it's actually making me twitch a little because I want to sing along and I can't because I don't know where they're going with this.
yeah,
Um I think I had the conversation with you. I know I had it with Murdoch, where I was discussing that I had shown the video of Princess Bernadette dancing to that song. And this coworker was like, "Oh, I wish they'd picked any other song because that song's indigenous and it's like cultural appropriation, blah blah blah." And so I was really curious and I looked into it because I've heard this claim before, and I like
yep,
to educate myself.
yep,
Um, and while I will not deny that it has the overtones, it is not actually an indigenous song. It was written by an American woman who is super into Viking and Celtic history.
yeah,
And so I'm kind of like, yeah, I have no problem if you identify with this song. I fully support because that's what music's for.
yep.
However, can we not gatekeep and be wrong?
Well, it's like gatekeeping in generally is bad, and like, yeah, it's a thing of like, so part of my problem I have with some of this, like, oh, that's cultural appropriation, is you're basically trying to suffocate indigenous artists
Yeah.
because you're saying that you like, because there was somebody who was um there was a show that was produced by basically was produced by an indigenous uh like producing company. So it was like a small, low-budget TV show, but it was produced by indigenous people, and pretty much all, like 95% of the cast was indigenous. And then someone was saying like, "Oh, you don't have a right to watch that show because you're not indigenous." I'm like, "Are you trying to kill the indigenous arts? Is that what this is?" Because people need to watch it in order for it
Yep.
to be able to keep happening.
So
Why
I
would
will
you
put
not be
out.
allowed to watch?
Because
Isn't that the purpose for
yeah,
watch?
because some people think that's like you cannot appreciate art of different culture because that's cultural appropriation, and it's like, no, no, no. Cultural appropriation is when you try to steal someone else's culture. Cultural appreciation and cultural appropriation are different things.
Yep.
Basically,
So I'm going to put out a shameless plug here. For anyone in the Vancouver area, there is a show right now called Star Walker. It's fabulous. I got lucky enough to see it, but part of it is it's very much a drag show musical is how I'm going to describe it. And because one of the characters is Two-Spirit, he when he joins the drag show brings in elements of that. And so there's a point where he's wearing this fabulous dress, and then all of a sudden he starts doing what would be more of a traditional dance.
mhm.
And it is so well done. It is amazingly well done. Like, just chills. And I really appreciate that because that's not something that I get to see.
Yeah,
So, as somebody who's not part of this, but just in awe, like, I'm in awe of anyone who can dance, frankly. And just to see this beautifully brought together, seamlessly brought together, and incorporate it was so cool. And yeah, so like I fully believe that we need to do more of that. Like
yeah.
it has to be done respectfully and it has to be done with honest and open conversations with the people. But most people don't mind as long as you're not being a jerk.
Well, and the
Well,
thing
That's
is,
kind of the
yep,
if someone's making entertainment of their culture and stuff, they want to share that culture with
yeah,
you. That's the reason they're doing it.
yeah.
yep,
That's the thing. Culture wants to be shared. Culture 100% wants to be shared. It's just obviously you have to do it respectfully. If you're doing stereotypes or you're being disrespectful, no. But culture wants to be shared. So sitting there being like, "Oh, you can't appreciate this because you're go away."
yep. And that's the entire thing. Like when people talk about cultural appropriation, where it's like, all right, you have non-indigenous people acting as indigenous, wearing clothing that's supposed to be like for specific rituals, but they're just wearing it as if it's everyday clothes.
The
And it's
dead
like,
Indian.
yeah,
People love the dead Indian.
yeah,
Don't dress up like the dead Indian.
Yeah, and see that's disrespectful.
Yeah.
yep,
Just
There's a
like I hate,
difference.
like it's along the lines of
yep,
deciding to throw a poncho on for Halloween and going as a Mexican.
yeah,
Good job, guys. But if you show any respect, most of the time that culture won't mind because they will be to
yeah,
a level like, hey, you recognize that this is something we value.
yep. Well, and that's the thing. People like you should always encourage people learning about cultures. But then again, the basically the problem just comes down to sometimes it's always just stupid people, and it's always like it's not that there's stupid people on one side. There's always stupid people on both sides.
That's
They're
the
just
problem.
stupid.
Is there's always dumb people on both sides.
Because that is definitely there's like a bunch of videos of people getting attacked for a cultural appropriation. The cultural appropriation that they've been accused of doing is having dreads,
Yep.
because dreads are apparently to specific cultures now. It's like, no, dreads is just what happens with long hair.
Oh, there is. It's floating out there somewhere in the world, and every time I see it, it makes me laugh. So I have curly hair. And there is someone out there who, I believe it was a tweet, but it was something where they claimed that having curly hair was cultural appropriation because you could only have that if you had African descent.
Well, but that would mean you'd be incapable of the cultural appropriation because then you'd have to have the descent. Which means
Well, and
people
this
are
was the
right.
thing. They were like, nope, this is just something that people do, and you're culturally appropriated. Like, I don't know the whole logic, how they figured this worked. But I was just like, they were like, you're either black or you're guilty of cultural appropriation. So I'm
Yeah.
always like, so which one am I?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, it's just one of those things.
where
it's
do
like,
I fall?
No, the world can't work that way. You live in a world that doesn't work.
I watched this one video. This chick was getting blamed for culture appropriation for being Japanese. She was wearing a kimono and stuff like that, right?
Oh,
And-
that one gets me too.
And she pulls out her passport and goes, "Fucking Japanese!
Yeah.
The hell are you talking about? Shut the fuck up!"
Yeah, I cannot culturally appropriate the Japanese because I am Japanese.
Well, and again, and people can feel free to correct me if they have better knowledge on this because I don't know everything. But in my understanding, again, done respectfully, the Japanese are more than happy
Yes.
for you to experience their culture respectfully.
Well, that was somebody basically posted where they had their little daughter was dressed up in like a geisha kimono and basically the makeup, and was doing one of the tea ceremonies. And somebody's like, unless your daughter has like Japanese heritage, that's cultural appropriation. Like unless they've also like, and then they basically said, or if like somebody of that culture has basically said it's okay. And somebody basically popped into the comments there, and they're like, as somebody of that culture, I give basically your daughter full permission to do this, and anyone else who wants to. So F off, basically. And I'm like, yep, that's it. It's like,
These things are done in respect. Fuck off.
yeah, exactly. A little girl basically learning about tea ceremonies is not cultural appropriation. It's education. Can
This
Yeah.
is what happens
early?
when it gets
Yes.
late night, Michael. We get
Yeah.
into very deep conversation.
We talk about weird
Well,
crap.
it's liberal wokeism, right? It's like,
It's liberal woke propaganda, unless
Mm.
it's right wing woke propaganda.
Yeah.
And oh god, this gets so complicated.
Well,
it is
I've
almost
been-
getting late here. It is.
I've
almost
been
midnight.
called a conservative nut and a woke liberal in the same videos, so
Yep.
I'm doing something right.
Yep. Managed to make everyone angry. That's always a good sign.
Yep.
Okay, because this just came up in my brain again, because I know how my brain works. This is entirely different, but a while back I found out that a trans man who becomes pregnant is known as a seahorse dad. And I can never get that out of my head. It is the most adorable thing in the world.
hmm
Seahorse dad.
Because seahorses, the male basically carries the young.
Oh, okay.
Basically, they're technically like because they're like laid, but then basically the female gives the male the eggs, and then the male carries them. So, because that's where what makes someone female and what makes someone male. It's not the ability to carry the child; it's who has the eggs and who has the sperm, essentially. In the
Yes.
case of
And
seahorses,
even that gets
one-
kind of.
yeah, and there's definitely some where like, how do we define male and female in this animal is not easy. But anyway, because of that, seahorses, the males carry the children. Which I find funny because apparently in one of the new states you're not allowed to teach about seahorses because of it.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Like, and that's
That
why I'm
is
like,
hilarious.
and that's something I'm like, this has got to be satire. It wasn't. It was.
Oh
not.
no. Can you imagine never learning about seahorses? Seahorses are great.
Because us woke liberals have
They're turning the frogs gay.
exactly turned the seahorses gay.
But to the best of my knowledge, seahorses aren't gay. They just don't conform with what we think is natural.
Male and female.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, speaking of, because this comes up a lot for Finding
Good night,
Nemo,
Michael.
clownfish
Yep,
will
have a
change
good
their
night.
gender depending on whether or not there are females around.
Yep.
So, like, that's the argument is that Marlowe, I think it's been a while since I've seen the movie, but the dad should technically be a mom because there was no females around.
Yeah.
And that's how clownfish work. And that's not really important. It's a great story.
Yep.
But that was a cool little factoid I learned about clownfish that I did not actually know.
Yeah.
I feel like this proves to Crafting Spirit I do actually have very random animal facts in my brain. I just am really bad at small talk, and it does not bring me joy.
Yeah, that's the thing of I have things I can talk about. Just putting me on the spot and being like, do small talk. And nope. Nope, that is not how this is going to work.
It's like whenever someone compliments my glasses, I'm sure you've heard me say it, it's automatic. One of my coworkers was laughing. They're like, I know the minute someone's mentioned your glasses. Because my response is, thanks, they glow in the dark.
Yep.
Because that is the most interesting factoid I have about my glasses.
Oh, I just died in the most unfortunate place.
Oh no, where'd you die?
I didn't realize my health was even low. By the bone mass,
Oh, that is
Boss
unfortunate.
marker.
Huh. Do you wish
There's a
Abe...
copper helmet in one of those chests.
I
The
don't,
miscellaneous
I don't
chest.
really need any equipment. It's going to be very easy to get to because I died next to where my boat landed. But I had all
Oh,
the
but you need a boat.
I had all of the things to put up a portal. But I died
Yep.
before the portal went up.
This track.
I realize how late it is.
Yeah, I was
It
planning
is a
on
little
just
late.
basically pop up a portal and go to bed, but this has gotten more complicated. I hate it when it gets more complicated.
At least you have some nails in the chest here.
I mean, I'm just gonna take this boat.
Oh, you have 2 boats?
Yep.
Nice. I never planned that far. There's like 7 boats on my world just abandoned because I can't get back there.
It was less a matter of planning. It was just I was taking down the portal where the old boss was, and then just sailed up
fair.
from there to the new boss because why would I not do that? It was convenient and easy and all of that stuff until it wasn't.
Night, Michael.
Me too. I am logging out.
Okay. I'm gonna kill the live stream here because
Fair.
I'm hoping this is a quick adventure of just getting my body and who knows? No, I'll like keep the live stream going. Wait, how
I'll
long is
probably
the
do
live
a-
stream going?
What does it say?
4.5 hours. Yeah, the live stream can get killed.
Oh,
It's-
ground is shaking.
4.5.
Alrighty.
Damn it.
I got it. Go get your body.
Do you actually?
Yeah, we'll find out. Is it trolls?
Yes. It is
Okay.
trolls. That is what ground shaking means.
If nobody's here, do they go away?
No, they just wreck everything.
Oh, that sucks.
Yep. That's them. Like anything else, like the worst they can do is kill the pigs. The trolls can destroy everything.
Trying to.
I only see one so far. He's annoyed at... Oh, no, there's another one over there. Okay.
Yeah, usually they send at least 3.
I literally logged out before you
Mhm.
that. Okay, I'm logged back in.
Oh, no, you're good.
That's...
Although I hear piggies.
Yeah, the pigs are getting aggroed, but that's fine.
So there's 2 trolls kind of outside,
Yeah.
but the alert's gone.
Yeah, but they'll still... Basically, that means it's not going to spawn anymore. Excuse me, sir. Where do you think you're going?
I was about to say, that's the direction the other one went, and it just kind of GTFO'd.
Yeah.
Because I think I only saw 2, and both of them kind of headed off in that direction. Yeah, I think we're okay.
Yeah, we should be fine at this point if they're wandering away. It's not...
Oh, jeez. I just jumped off
Nope,
the
nope,
roof and
the other
died.
one's back. The other one's coming back. So they wander off, but they're coming back.
That was the whole thing. I'm like, I don't trust that they're not going, like that they're going to actually just despawn and not come back and attack. I would like them dead. Leave the pigs alone, you bastard.
Right? Can't believe they keep annoying the pigs.
I don't know why he's frozen there, but
He's trying to figure a way to hit the pigs, but the walls are thick enough that he is not trying to take the swing. If the walls were only 1 thick, he would probably swing for them.
okay, so just the 2.
Yeah, I only saw 2.
Yeah. And either way, fighting 1 troll is significantly easier than fighting.
Yeah. That was the thing. I was just standing on top of the
3.
wall, pot-shotting them.
Yeah.
They were more determined to kill your boar farm than they were to really deal with me.
Yeah, which is why I'm like, nope. If they're here, I'm going to deal with them because I know what they will go after. And the worst thing is, they definitely have the capability of knocking down that wall.
Oh yeah, do we need to fix it now?
No, I don't think they damaged it anywhere. They didn't actually swing for it. I think
They hit a wall in 1 spot, but that was it.
Yeah, okay. But it takes quite a few hits, but if they basically actually like targeted onto a pig and started swinging, they would get through the wall. But they did not do significant damage anywhere, so that is pretty good.
Pretty nice looking castle.
I like the growth of the castle over time. Like that's the thing I like most about this game. And I'd love to. I love a game that basically like encourages you to like sort of naturally grow.
Yes, natural growth of the building. It's like, okay, like when I play the farming game, people are like planning it. I'm like, no, just plan little bits at a time, and then replan, just keep renovating it.
Yeah,
It
don't
looks naturally really cool and unique because you haven't really planned it, but you make it work.
yeah, like do plan it, but never let a long-term planning get in the way of what would be realistic short term. Yeah, that's
I
one of those
like
things
I like the challenge of going, okay, this is how we planned it last, but now we really need this. So let's plan what we have existing and what do we need to change. Work.
Yeah.
We went from the longhouse to big concrete walls. It's kind of neat.
I was definitely telling James before we started the stream, he was saving me from building my own house in my game because I'm very bad at that. But I have finally tamed a boar, and I was like, well, I guess I better have a house and not live like a drifter in all these half-abandoned houses.
And that's actually one of the things where I'm really looking forward to in the forest is you basically start with like a little hunting lean-to where it's like literally just logs kind of like leaning half over. So you're not even fully sheltered from the elements. And actually, so the most basic structure you can make in the new forest game is you basically take a tarp and 2 sticks. And that's your starting shelter.
Survival, yeah, I like that.
And yeah, that's I really love that idea. But then yeah, it's like okay, now what do you need? It's like okay, we'll start to basically get some resources together, build this like basic log cabin that you can put a bed inside, and like build up from that. And I just love that, and especially with the way that the crafting system is, where it's literally just place a log down and then it start attaching other logs to that log, and that's how you build it. It's just one log to the next log, and until you've got your house however big you need it. And build small rooms, that's to start with. So you build a little cabin, and eventually that cabin becomes a room in a much bigger cabin. So that's basically what I'm excited about for that game.
So I feel like this is entirely different, but it actually made me think of this. In Assisi, so like St. Francis of Assisi in Italy, they have a big cathedral, but when you go inside, there's actually a tiny church in there, like a one-room church. And that's because the story I was told is that Francis of Assisi was quite literal. And so he was apparently praying in this church, which was quite rundown. And God spoke to him and said, Francis, go out and fix my house. And so St. Francis looks around and he goes, yeah, this church is kind of run down. And he fixed up this church. And then after fixing it up, apparently went, oh, he meant figuratively. He meant like fix the church. And so then he moved on and did other things. But that is the story I was told about that. And I kind of love it because it very much humanizes a saint.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty funny. Yeah. Yep.
Mostly because I would 100% do this.
Yep. Oh, do this. Oh, you meant that.
Oh, you meant like metaphorically in a bigger scheme.
Yeah, I like it.
But mostly just having like the one room inside of a bigger thing. I love the idea of like just Russian nesting dolls of cabins.
I mean, that is kind of how things sort of work sometimes with my way I build. Basically, I build a cabin, then I expand the cabin, and then that cabin becomes the bedroom of a cabin. So how did logging off go for you, Juan?
Yeah, it worked.
Like, I see you didn't just log back in and help with the trolls and log back out.
Well, I did. But because I had to come back, I fixed everything, and now I'm back cart and moving the cart to. So next time I know where I'm building.
Yeah.
Next time I log in, it's gonna be what, a week from now, if we're lucky.
Yeah. We should be here next week. I think the next Saturday that I'm not going to be available. Actually, I don't know the next Saturday I'm not going to be available for.
I was about to say, because Roses should... You'll start
Yeah.
a little later,
Yeah,
but
we'll
it shouldn't
start
go
later
that
day,
late.
but it shouldn't be.
The only thing I could see with
problem.
Roses that may make us start later is if the clan wishes to go for dinner.
Yeah.
And even then,
So apparently they are testing some new weapons, fortresses, and terrain, along with chicken.
Cool.
I'd admit, in some ways, like, the sound of an early access game could make you very skeptical. But I very much appreciate that you can put this game away for a bit and then come back. And you have
be a new
something else to
game.
do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's like I like early access. I think it's like I've never bought an early access game where I've gone, oh, this is BS. I've gotten games like Timber and Stone will never leave early access. The developers abandoned it. I still play it. I don't regret spending the money on it.
I have not bought a game due to someone's reputation.
Yeah.
The game's still on my wish list. I'm just holding it there and going, I will buy it when you actually complete it, because I don't trust you will complete it.
What game is this?
Railroads Online.
Okay, yeah. But yeah, there's certain times where I'm like, I'm not willing to support it. Like, I'm not willing. I don't care enough that I'm willing to support the developer, but I will wishlist it, and once it comes out, I may buy it.
Well, the thing is, Railroads Online seems like a really good concept, but the game is far from done.
Mm-hmm.
And then you go look at who they are. Oh, you guys made a different game that everybody bought and didn't finish it.
Yeah.
And just started this game. This is really a upgrade from the first game, but it's a complete rebuild. So instead of giving it to the people that have supported you for free, you've just called it a new game. People have to buy it again.
Yeah.
Like, so I'm not going to buy this until it's actually completed enough where I'm willing to go, yes, that's worth my money. Is it worth spending $50 on this?
Yeah.
And right now, no, because you never finished your first game.
And yeah, definitely there's times where I'm like, I look at it and I'm like, nope. Basically the vibe I get from the developer is not great, and they haven't ever finished a project before. Like, maybe they have never done another project before, but I'm like, there's no proven track record.
Yep, it's like I don't have the confidence that you're not going to rip me off on this one as well, because you kind of screwed the people that supported you on the first one.
Yeah.
Most likely you're going to screw the people that are going to support you on this.
Yeah, exactly. There's what you've done in the past is unfortunately probably what you're going to do in the future. So.
All right, I'm out of here. You guys have a good night.
Yep. Have a good
Night,
night.
Juan.
We'll see you later.
How'd ending the stream work for you, Jim?
I mean, I decided not to. We'll see if the me retrieving my body adventure ends up being worth holding on to. I'd hate to lose some prime footage. That's a lie. The videos I've made, I've just like horribly hacked together. I don't.
I enjoyed your videos. I didn't think they were that bad.
I mean, I mostly I need I need to figure out what I'm doing wrong with the software, because by a video length of about 5 minutes, all the different clips have basically turned it into a laggy mess to work on. And I'm like, this has got to be wrong, but I don't know what I'm doing wrong. So, but eventually I'll figure it out.
I mean, that's just experience and practice and all sorts of baloney.
Yeah. Like, that's why I would like to be able to just, like, clip it down and, like, have the software do its thing, where I'm like, I shouldn't have to figure out what I'm doing wrong when I'm using the tools essentially correctly-ish. It's just, I think, for the way I'm doing it, doesn't work for a longer, like, for the length of footage that I have. But I'll figure it out. Well, that's, like you say, Juan. Basically, everything you make, the only way to get better at making the thing is to make the thing. So, if I want to make good videos, I just need to make videos.
I know I was going to mention to Born that one of his videos kind of had this weird segment where it was the 5 minutes long and then it had like 3 extra minutes of just darkness.
Oh.
I don't know if that's been fixed or not.
I don't know, because I haven't seen it, because I would like to watch Born's videos, but also struggle to do so.
Fair. I try to watch them when they come out, and then every once in a while, not tonight because my computer's been an issue, I'll pull the playlist up and I just let it play in the background.
I will always play them in the background, but usually muted.
Fair.
Because, I don't know, it triggers the same sort of thing as listening to my own voice, sort of.
I mean, that's entirely fair.
Because it's a weird thing, like, I couldn't just say this is the problem I have with it, but I sit there and the whole time and basically I'm like, I don't think I can give objective criticism because I can't see it objectively.
I think the only thing that comes up for me sometimes is a little bit of dissonance from how things are remembered. Where I'm like, that's not how I remember that going. But then I remind myself that this is in perspective, right? So
yeah. Everyone tells a different story.
Pretty much.
Like me
and it's far enough along too that where something's come up and I'm like, how did this thing happen? I don't even remember.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Juan's point is also a thing where it's hard to follow a story. Like, I feel like with stories like Born's, it's each one needs to be fully self-contained. But I do also find that sometimes the way they phrase things, I'm like, I don't think I'd understand what was going on if I didn't know the background. That's going to be that's always going to be a struggle. It's like TV shows struggle to tell a good story when they can't assume their audience has watched any prior episode. Every episode needs to be a self-contained story that makes sense without knowing anything else, but you're also trying to build on past stories, it makes for a difficult thing to do.
Well, and add in the fact, because this is journal of existing stuff, I think sometimes there's stories that could be consolidated slightly.
Yeah.
Because we know what's happened now, whereas when they were written, obviously we didn't.
Yeah.
But no, like I try to listen to them because it's near enough that I'm like, oh yeah, I remember this thing.
Yeah.
And then, as I said, I try to run it in the background just so we can hopefully get some of the algorithms working for people.
Yeah. And that's the thing. I always like put them on there as far as YouTube's concerned. I've listened to all of them. But it is a case of, it's like, okay, actually taking the time to listen to all this is something I always struggle with, so I mostly don't. But I do still want to at some point take the time and listen to them and actually try to give feedback, but that is just also very much always going to be its own struggle at some level. Of course, now I'm in this section of swamp in the middle of the night, and I don't
no.
want to be here in the middle of the night. Oh, sweet, it's daytime. That's good timing. I like that. We'll go with that.
I feel like my only real feedback is that sometimes the way Bourne phrases things, I think, is misunderstood.
Are you just talking in general always? Because
I mean, yes. Very much yes. But, like, especially for someone who doesn't know the story,
yeah.
I think Bourne comes across very, very differently because you're kind of getting inner thoughts, but also you're like, why?
Hey, noob, how's it going?
Ah, his new portal. Jump through.
I mean, you can jump
Ends
through
up in a swamp.
It's a
Oh,
swamp.
it, like, activated just as I walked by, and I was like, okay.
It's as swampy as everything else.
Hashtag bad choices. Wait a minute. Nope, this is a different portal. This is Juan's portal. I'm going back through that.
Cook their remains. I honestly can't remember what exactly that refers to. What are we supposed to...
Whose remains are we cooking?
Their remains.
Is this in the swamp?
Yep.
Maybe the entrails?
Maybe it's entrails. But I thought it was a trophy. But I don't remember which trophy. Someone will probably remember.
Ah, there we go.
Is that way for you to hop in, destroy the portal, and run away?
Yes, very much so. Just gonna wake up bone mass and then yeet out.
That'd actually be kind of funny to do. Cruel, but still kind of funny.
Hashtag, wouldn't it be funny? Ooh, what is that? Well, let's hope it was nothing. That's definitively not nothing.
What's definitely not nothing?
Are you knocking things over?
I'm destroying the boat that I came here in.
Okay, that's what the noise is. I heard the first, like, crash.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, that could just be nothing. And then I heard the second one, I was like, what the heck?
What is this? I don't like. Yeah, now it's just me destroying the boat so that I can
Fair.
take back the pieces through the portal. Because I don't want to just sail back. I want to just grab the bits and pieces and go. Okay. Did I pick up all the pieces?
Ooh, there's an ooze.
I am still missing the iron nails. No, I'm carrying too much. That's
Get
unfortunate.
that thing out of my way. Oh, and a pack of Draugr.
Alright.
Ooh, I'm dead. I mean, this is not surprising.
At least you can teleport to this location now.
Yep, that helps.
That was my
Hopefully.
big, I'm like, I didn't even mind dying, but it was the dying and not having a way to just come back to where my body is. It's like, nope, it's a sailing adventure. It's the only way to do this.
Road trip.
Alright, well, the 2 Draugr that killed you are dead.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I'm going to end the stream here because if I play anymore, it's simply going to be to pad out the area around Bone Mass.
Fair.
The body recovery went smoothly as I had hoped, but I figure I'm like, I'll keep recording just in case this goes horrifically wrong.
Oh, that's where we end the stream, and then we describe this big epic adventure that took place.
I mean, I can still
We're
do
like,
that.
oh
Just be
my
like,
gosh.
Oh, yeah, I ended the stream. Sure was a
There was like
shame we didn't
5
record all of that.
abominations.
But, okay. For everyone who tuned in, thank you, and have a good night. Or if it is not night wherever you are, have a good morning or afternoon, whatever it is where you are.